Calling to order the Tuesday, May 9th, 2023-24 budget work session of the 39th Council of the City of Berkeley. Ms. Mitchell, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Baker, Councilmember Julie,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Gavin,
Here.
Councilmember Hennan,
Here.
Councilmember Patterson,
Here.
Councilmember Bellani, Mayor Dean.
Here.
First order of business is the approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve, and like last night, I'd like to make a amendment to it to include a second opportunity for public comments just before the adjournment. Allowed.
Is there a second? Support. Motion made by Councilmember Patterson with support from Councilmember Hennan. Any changes, corrections, additions besides the one that was mentioned? All right. Ms. Mitchell, can you please call the roll?
Julie,
Yes.
Gavin,
Yes.
Hennan,
Yes.
Patterson,
Yes.
Dean.
Yes.
All right, the agenda has been approved. Next is Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, before we jump into public comment, I just want to do a quick opening similar to what was said last night. So welcome back for day 2 of the budget hearings. I certainly want to thank staff, presenters from last night, council, member of the public that we had join us as well for the discussion around the first half of the budget. Again, this is just a lot of repeating from what was said yesterday, but any reductions, deferments, and valuable services, programs, equipment, are not taken lightly or certainly not talked about with any excitement. As I said yesterday, we all live in Berkeley, obviously council, many members of administration. So we're not immune from the impact of these recommendations and decisions, just as all residents are not. So I'd like to again reiterate that we all have a vested interest in our community and only want to see it thrive and progress into the future. And we all must continue these hearings from a place of respect and kindness, understanding of the difficult tasks that we have in front of us. And certainly folks in this room and throughout the city as a whole are making sure that we're not having or starting discussions from a place of ill will or ill intent. So with that, we've come to the public comment portion of the meeting where you can present your thoughts on issues that are included on the agenda. If you have specific questions about the budget itself, you can ask them during those public comments, and more likely than not, they'll be answered throughout the course of the evening. If not, you can have an opportunity. We now have at the end of the agenda, right before adjournment, for another opportunity for public comment. So, council members will not engage in discussion, but we ask that you certainly, present your comments towards the chair. Like I said, if it needs to be addressed by a member of city staff, hopefully it will be throughout the course of the conversation. But if not, there is a sign up sheet outside the door there, and we'll make sure that we'll get back to you, with an answer to your question. So when you come up to speak, feel free to come on up, state your name, city of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes. Sure, yeah, come on stage.
My comments were actually, by the way, I'm Joel Lipford. Same thing. My comments were regarding this fiscal year, and it doesn't look like we're utilizing all of the funds that have been budgeted for this fiscal year. So whether that would be leftover money available, I don't know. Specifically, the clerk appears to have only used half of their postage and professional development. The attorney, I think, is $75,000 shy, roughly half. City hall improvements, DPW and parks and recs capital outlay. Parks and recs actually probably still going to spend that money on JC, but it looks like it's $100,000 over budget. So I'm not sure how that happened, but and then the biggest one is probably the communications. where they're using half their salary, or no. Not half, but if you total up the salaries, the supplies, subscriptions that the communications department's not using, it's about 50,000. Last but not least, there's $350,000 sitting in the court fund.
Thank you, Mr. Olford.
Since I was asked for these last night or this morning for what I said yesterday, I actually made some copies. Pass them around. I did send it just a few minutes ago to the council email address. So most of you know me up here, know me from last night. I'm Greg Ross over on Bacon Avenue. Greg Ross. And before we begin, I do want to thank you guys for providing me the time last night for the work you're doing. Thank you folks for showing up. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 700% more people here than there was last night, which is a big improvement. I wish we could say that about the budget. All right. You know, personal note, I've done budget work like for 30 years. And so I know how arduous this process is. Been there, done that. A lot of people don't know how time consuming it is. They don't know what's involved, especially right now. So I'm here to offer another option. But I do so with a certain amount of trepidation, because given the attendance last night, and I think some of you might be sad, yes. All of you, so okay, now we're down to 200%. Anyway, that's my point. Is there sufficient resident interest beyond posting on social media? Is it possible to reach consensus? There's no guarantee of success. Nonetheless, I think it's essential that the effort be made. So I'm here to propose you put the original draft proposal back on the table for consideration. Call it option 1. Review the expenses or the projects that qualify as nice, but not necessary in fiscal 23-24, and put them on a postponement list. Restore the residents' services that they're hot about. A gesture of we hear you while we go through a process of engagement and hopefully a deeper dive. Re-examine the city manager's recommendations for cuts, call that option number 2, and identify the cuts in there that fit the nice but not necessary criteria. If they're not necessary, put them off to the side for a year. Add that up, see what you come up with a blend, come up with option 3 that minimizes the cuts for fiscal year 23-24 until you can do a deeper dive and look at the budget and we can go through a process. My point to you is, why go through a process of severe cutting, which you weren't going to do 3-4 weeks ago? You weren't going to do it in fiscal year 23-24, but now you want to do it. And if we put another millage proposal on the table in 24, then the following year you can restore. You can restore the budget. You don't have to do the cuts in 23-24 and then turn around and restore them because a millage proposal passes in sometime in 24. Okay, so that's a lot of pain, a lot of suffering, and a lot of work to go through that. If you put a proposal back in the ballot and it passes. Use the work you've done on strategic planning to inform a deep dive into the budget for the balance of 2023. I'm going to run out of time here. I can go through the rest of it, but if you want to cut me off, that's okay too.
Sure, you got about a minute left.
All right, so you got to determine the level of resident engagement. If it's not there, then you kind of got to decide what's the next step. Modify the plans accordingly. Establish priorities, examine all the funding resources, particularly SERP and SIP. Develop a new millage proposal with an eye to a tiered approach to make it more palatable. Schedule it if you can for the presidential primary, if it's allowed, because then you can respond one way or another before the budget year begins in July. It's a starting point. We need to think creatively. We need to think outside the box. We need to find ways to do things not ways to avoid things. And I saw too much of that in some of the comments on the social media. It's a starting point. If you agree with the concept, I hope one of you, including you, Madam Mayor, I hope one of you will put this forward for discussion with your colleagues tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Burns.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mitch. I'm a resident here in Berkeley. My request is probably a little simpler in nature, that I think if you're going to seek public opinion on where we could possibly find money in the budget or where to make cuts, I'd like to see more information be made available to the public, such as the 2022 year-end, June 30th financial report will be published. I looked on the site today. The last one we have is from 2021. But I think it's appropriate to know where we fell last year, looking into this year. And then also some of the documents that are up there, namely the budget this year that I see that's likely we have open there, is in PDF format. And I think that if we can make that available in Excel, it would be much more easier for the public to analyze and make quick decisions that we could bring back here for your effective review. So again, just making data available to the public so we can, I mean, we have these tools such as Microsoft Excel, so you don't have to look at every line item on the 120+ page budget, right? So that's kind of my request, is put the information out there. If you really want public feedback, see what you get back after that. Thank you.
Thanks, Mitch. Appreciate it. Anybody else for first portion of public comment? All right, Ms. Mitchell, did we receive any correspondence for public comment this evening?
We did not.
Great, thank you. Okay, with that, we'll close, excuse me, close public comment, move on to the regular order of business. Ms. Mitchell, can you please read item 1 from tonight's regular agenda?
Budget work session, matter of a discussion of the proposed fiscal year 2023-24 City of Berkeley budget. A, city clerk. B, building and planning. C, parks and recreation. D, public works. E, finance and treasury. F, CDBG. G, debt funds. H, capital improvement. I, fringe benefit fund. J, public safety retire.
Great. Before we jump into city clerk real quick, Matt, I don't know if there's anything that you've heard that you want to immediately respond to, or we just get through it throughout the course of the meeting, or either way is fine.
Sure. I think we likely would kind of cover this as we go through.
Okay.
But from a timing standpoint, and changing the strategy, the conversation about, we weren't going to make the cuts, and then now we are, as we discussed last night, these cuts were going to be made anyway. At some point in the future, probably, well, it was going to be, we were going to use the remainder of ARPA, and then in the 24-25 budget would be a steep, we have to capture all the cuts all at once, all in the same fiscal year, starting July 1 of next year. So for that reason is why we had rapidly switched our funding model, try to use ARPA, split the difference, use a little bit this year and a little bit next year, and then try to ease that blow to the community. But we have to end up in the same place no matter what, July 1, 2025. That's going to have to be, we're going to be off, ARPA's going to have run out. We're going to be out of the budget year where we have that as a support document or as a supporting revenues. So we have to wind up the same way either way. So I don't think we need to lose sight of that. It's not like there's no version of this where we can just defer this. And from a public feedback standpoint, social media is great for a lot of things, but an election is really when we ask the question and we ask our residents to provide feedback on what they think is important. I would hold the results of the election over the conversation on Facebook.
Okay. All right. Well, go ahead, Dennis.
Yeah, and remind us when the budget is due, our timeline on.
Yeah, so the charter requires it to be adopted by the third Monday in May, which is at least this year's the 15th.
Yeah, so there's essentially no time to be making more adjustments.
Any other comments or questions before we move on? Okay. All right. Well, let's jump in then to city clerk. It is
191. Okay. You were just ready? So first we'll start off with salaries and fringe benefits. I do want to point out that there is an addition of $18,720 for a part-time employee. That would be for an election specialist. We're in need of an election specialist to keep up the pace of the 3 elections per year. We had 3 last year. We have 3 this year, and of course, we'll have 3 next year in the presidential. The position is posted as a 2-year assignment, so we can have them start now and then get them up to speed for the presidential. And then also to provide with a little context, really the need for additional employees started with the passage of proposal 18.3. With that came election day registration. So that required, the clerk and the deputy to be in the office on election day to register anyone who's interested. Prior to that, you had to register 30 days before the election. And that also ushered in no reason absentee voting. So of course, then we saw this great volume. For instance, we had 3,451 registered voters on a permanent list in 2017. And today we have 5,588 on our permanent list. So that was quite a jump. And then next, of course, as we all know, proposal 22-2 passed. So that although it will eventually eliminate the applications, it's going to provide us with a permanent ballot list. So we'll be sending ballots out to everyone on the permanent list. That increases work along with return postage, early voting for 9 days, and then accepting moved ballots 6 days past the election as long as it's postmarked accordingly. So that's where the increase of work comes in.
So you could call this an unfunded mandate?
Absolutely. Beginning in 2018.
If I may.
Yes, of course.
And I think it's worth noting too, the clerk has duties outside of the election as well. The elections have become such an all-encompassing role for the department. But the charter assigns the clerk several other duties that need to be fulfilled as well. So the election specialist position does free up our full-time people to manage their other duties as well. So that's not purely a division of elections. Sure.
Yeah, elections truly have become more than a full-time job now in itself. Okay, moving on. There are no significant changes to materials and supplies.
I think maybe we can just address one of the questions that were brought up when we, it happens here, it happens in all the budgets. When we don't spend the full budget, it stays in the, it stays in the pot, we don't target to spend every penny. And some things that are project related, sometimes it is like, we haven't taken delivery yet. And so so it doesn't show up in this year's budget, and a budget amendment, it rolls over to the next, but the intent was there. It just didn't show up, in the scheduled time, which is even more prevalent now with COVID. But yeah, these are estimates and, forecasts, but they're not goals to try and spend it all.
Thank you. Okay. For stationery. Yeah, changes. We'll go to 191730 postage. I do want to point out there is an increase due to Prop 22-2. We need to apply return postage. That is the law now to all election materials. So it's going on the AB apps while we're still utilizing them. And then it's going on the return ballot envelopes. And that is a mandate I do want to point out because we did receive some comments. Although we are primarily Dropbox community, we still have to. So the expenses in here, although we will be receiving reimbursement from the state. So just so you're aware, and that will hit the revenue.
not unfunded mandate.
No, they are actually funding that mandate, and then the idea is hopefully by next year, the state will be putting on its own return postage onto all election mailing directly through the vendor. Program supplies, that's with their animal licensing, no real big changes. Rabies vaccination clinic. That's another rollover, you know, we just keep the money pushing up to the next year. Thanks to Councilman Hennon, I know you provided some help. You said if we want to work on this for the next fiscal year to get that going again. I know residents like that. Next, materials and supplies, no significant changes there. That's our preventive maintenance on our voting equipment. Professional development, that is something that we have been trying to roll over purposely to help out, you know, the general fund. We will be utilizing that in the upcoming fiscal year. Rachel will be pursuing her certification, and with the upcoming presidential election, I'll be taking advantage of more training opportunities.
For preventative maintenance for voting equipment, is that anything the county can help with or does help with?
No, they do not. That's all through the manufacturer, through hire. Elections, or I'm sorry, memberships and dues, those are pretty nominal expenses for the benefits we receive. In consultant, the next more material item is document scanning and indexing. That is a project that was approved for this year, but we pushed it again. We pushed it over to try to help out. We are proposing it for the upcoming fiscal year. This is an efficiency project that I've been working on with Stan to take control of our physical documents. That's also a large part of the clerk's office, is transparency in providing documents. Due to the various stages throughout the past decades, items are filed differently. They're in different locations of the building. And when we receive a document request internally or externally, it could take honestly anywhere from a day to 3 weeks, you know, if we have to go up to the 3rd floor and go through every box. So what would happen with this project is there's the document scanning side where all the clerk's documents would be scanned. And then there's also the file management side, which Stan is spearheading that end of it. And all our documents would be scanned in a digital searchable format. We did kick off the first phase of that, which is thanks to Rachel Patterson, our new deputy clerk. She has went through all the documents on the 1st floor of the building and purged, which has definitely saved us a significant amount toward this project. Because of course we do pay by page. So we are ready. We just have to go through the 3rd floor and then we're ready to get this going.
I want to mention, just for people at home, purging documents, there are retention requirements.
Yes, thank you.
On
According to
how
retention
long,
policy.
how long different documents we would keep different lengths of time. We're not just arbitrarily tossing things out.
Thank you. Yes, no, we go by the retention schedule. Absolutely. Yes.
It's actually a question for Stan. I wonder if instead of us paying Google for keeping email addresses, if we can feed archived mailboxes into this system.
I can certainly check on that on the software side. Yeah, definitely. Because we can export the actual mailbox out, so that would not be that would be a good idea. So I can ask the software vendors. So.
Okay, next is contractual services. This is of course a significant portion of my budget, which is involves all the election workers. The fees we pay for Oakland County for elections and recording deeds. And we have a placeholder in the budget for early voting. This is something that I'm actively working on right now. I'm working on a plan with Matt, as Matt spoke about last night, you know, where we could hold it here, but I'm also in a group right now with the clerk from Huntington Woods, Pleasant Ridge, Oak Park, and Ferndale. We're brainstorming, and the Oakland County Director of Elections reached out to us, and he's open to maybe having something centrally located for us that the county would operate. So that would be wonderful.
And is there, we talked briefly about it today.
Yes.
Is there opportunities for legally, we can possibly get down to 5 precincts?
Yes.
There'd be some savings there. Is that something we could, there'd be some upfront cost too, though,
Right.
notifying people. Is that something we can look at?
We can, absolutely. I could do a study on that and provide that to council. There would be some upfront costs. Of course, you know, with mailing, we'd have to mail out new voter ID cards and the time, but absolutely. I think that would be a good cost savings moving forward as long as that works out. Telephones the same, and then the next major component is capital outlay. The one item in capital outlay is I do have a dollar amount, $7,200 for a new touch writer. That's our all ability voting machine. By law, we have to have one in every precinct. We do have one, but we don't have a backup. We did have a situation where one of our touch writers went down in November. Luckily, we were able to get it back up, but you know, we really, I think it's the responsible thing to have another one on backup, so we're always compliant. We of course have a backup tabulator to roll out. This is just the missing component.
So this one would be a backup for all precincts if needed, if one went down.
Yes, all precincts. And then I've postponed, since I've been here, replacing the e-poll books, which is our laptops that are at each precinct. But I'm hoping that I could have the support to finally do this. I just really want to get everything in line for the presidential election. And this is something that Stan and Harrison have done a wonderful job, you know, triaging the laptops and keeping them the best ability, but it's a very important piece of the precinct. And if that goes down, then that just shuts down the line. We really need to have the best equipment in that pivotal role. And that completes my budget. I want to take the opportunity to thank council and Matt and staff and everyone for all their support. It means a lot to me. So I can promote, you know, protecting democracy and promoting transparency and just doing all the wonderful things the clerk's office does.
Any questions?
Anyone have any questions?
I just have one question. So with the equipment, if we're thinking maybe we could consolidate a precinct, or that wouldn't be purchased until after the study, correct? I mean,
Absolutely, we can
Okay.
do that. Yep,
okay.
definitely.
Good. Well, thank you, Victoria. Obviously, the important work that the clerk's office does, we really appreciate it. Yes, you're right. Safeguarding democracy is key. So thank you.
Might be a little dramatic.
No, no,
I'm very
I like it.
passionate.
And on this thing, it's good to be, yeah, I like that. So, thank you very much. We appreciate it. As long as no other questions or comments, move on to building and planning.
Yeah.
What number?
This is 371. I'm gonna start with building. Everyone ready?
What the Luddites over here. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm just gonna kind of go do it just like Victoria did, line by line here. And starting with building and salaries and fringe benefits, this is the biggest change to either of these budgets this year. We're proposing to bring our building official in-house. McKenna's been contracting for our building official services for the past several years. First of all, this would bring a cost savings of $150,000. So that's a big plus. But on top of that, that person would be doing all of our building inspections, building license inspections, and rental inspections, and be available to answer any calls on those that come in. And more importantly, we're looking at transitioning to BSNA online. It's a big goal of the department. And we need someone there that can help spearhead that transition. An additional professional in the office would be able to help manage that. And we're also trying to revamp a lot of the processes that we have right now. And having somebody that has the expertise in building that I can refer to as a director would be a huge benefit for process improvements and efficiencies for all of our customers, residents, businesses, and developers. So that would be a big plus there as well. Moving on, our materials and supplies are generally about the same, with some increases based on what we've been spending this year. Professional development got bumped up a little bit. If we bring a building official on staff, they're required to have certain continuing education hours, and so that would be included in that amount. Further below, you'll see contractual services. This is for HRC, an increase there as we look to them to provide more professional support in terms of pre-application meetings for potential developers. They've also been helping us develop a pre-construction process, some additional checklists and things that we've been missing through the years. So there's that bump there. I'm going kind of fast. Any questions so far? No?
No, you're good.
You'll see the decrease in inspections for building because of that building official coming on staff, as well as for our rental inspections. So that's where that savings comes in there. Contractual inspections, that would be our trade inspections. So those would continue to be handled through a third-party consultant, and that's mechanical, heating, plumbing, all the trades. Moving on, you'll see a decrease too in the business license inspections. Those would also now move to in-house, so we would not be paying a contractor for that. Down to capital outlay, you'll see an increase in equipment and furniture. This is a result of the building official coming on staff. I don't know if any of you have been in their office, but they're working with some folding tables and things. So that's in there. We've also been buying a few things here and there that have helped with code enforcement. We recently bought a light meter, so we could measure some of those levels, and we're anticipating maybe a few more purchases like that. Computer software. So we have our usual BSNA amount that we are required to pay BSNA to help us keep that up. But then you'll notice $7,000 next year for what's termed a BSNA audit. So as we move into the online system, we want to make sure our internal system is set up correctly. It's kind of like a part A of moving online. So that would mean BSNA would come in, they'd work on our internal setup, make sure the process is all in place the way that it needs to be, and that we're taking advantage of all of the things that BSNA can do for us. Because right now we're not, and we really need them to come in and show us what we're missing. And then if you'll notice in the 24-25 year, that would be when we fully move to the BSNA online. That would be inspections, permitting, payment. So have the ability for residents, business owners, and developers to take care of all of that online and be able to view their inspection results, code enforcements on their properties, etc. So that's as we work towards that. That's all I have for building. Any questions?
On just that last one, the footnote amounts are right, and the main item needs updated.
Okay,
The footnotes aren't matching the.
okay.
Well, then, part of that's a question, but is that the
And I got that in there. I think it's already changed.
already?
In the, not what you're seeing, but in my budget.
Okay.
Bridget?
I
did
just
you-
have a quick comment, if I can jump in. Kristen, thank you for this very well-prepared budget detail, and I'm really happy to see expanded use of BSNA. I know it's, we've worked, excuse me, hard to bring that to the city, and I love when departments embrace that. And I couldn't say BSNA without mentioning Stan and the foundation and groundwork that he's done with the software as well. So I like the way you're thinking. Thank you.
If I can add, the praise for the department, not necessarily Stan.
Thank you.
You're good, you're good. But the ability to come before you guys to ask for this, the building official to be brought in-house, that really was not possible in previous years. Kristen's, she kind of summed it up in one sentence, but the changing of policies and procedures, it's easy to say, it's incredibly difficult to do. Kristen has spearheaded that project and overhauling her department since she took over the role last year. And we're now to the point where this makes a ton of sense. We're very fortunate to have what we think is the right building official in hand. But again, the idea that someone would be able to step into this role a year ago, 2 years ago was just not something we could even, we just weren't there. It would have been a successful marriage. So I just want to make sure Kristen gets the credit it deserves to even get us to the position where we can have this conversation.
Yeah, very much. Yeah, and yeah, just to echo that, I mean, it's, obviously farmed out a while back and now bringing back in and very much as a result of this process. So thank you.
And I would add that the restructuring of the department that happened before I came on board is also part of it, if it's possible.
Any other questions for?
I just had one question. What's the frequency that the contracts with HRC are reviewed or renewed?
Last one we did, I think we did a 5-year, but we do have some options that will allow us to end that earlier. And so that option exists.
Okay.
We tend to try to go, we feel like 3 years is about a sweet spot. Year to year, you end up paying kind of a markup because it's short term for the amount of roll up for an outside vendor. 5 years we find is potentially makes a vendor too comfortable. So 3 years feels like it's been a sweet spot for us for professional services, and like to kind of use that as our standard.
And just to build upon that a little bit, I would say that it also probably at least partially opens up the pool a little bit more because it adds some stability for that vendor to come in as well.
Yeah.
Great.
Planning,
Planning.
so that's 801. Okay. So I will start again with salaries and fringe benefits. So last year, if you'll recall, an additional position was added to the building community development department in the form of a zoning administrator. That transition of hiring a new licensing clerk and transitioning one of our current employees to zoning administrator was done about halfway through last year. And that was absorbed in the previous building budget. You'll notice in the planning budget this year, the community development director and the zoning administrator have been combined as salary and fringe benefits in the planning budget, and that's why you see that change there, the increase. Moving down to materials and supplies, you'll see program supplies are pretty basic there. Professional development, there are certain continuing education credits as a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners that I'm required to keep up in order to maintain my certification. So you'll see that included there. We have our required training for Planning Commission and ZBA, which I'm happy to report they have taken advantage of this year. So you'll see that included there as well. And then some general training availability for our staff. Moving down to memberships. This is our Michigan Association of Planning membership, as well as my certification membership to the AICP and APA. That's those totals that are included there. It increased from last year because you didn't have an on-staff certified planner. Moving over to contractual services, we would anticipate that planning consulting services would continue over to the next fiscal year as well. That was initiated in the past fiscal year. And then you'll also notice that we have contractual services billed for the zoning ordinance rewrite, something that council had anticipated. A bulk of that work will be done in the next fiscal year, with some of it carrying over to the fiscal year thereafter. So those amounts are shown there as well. And that's also the reason that you see an increase in the advertising. So we anticipate a lot of additional mailings to go out as part of that zoning ordinance rewrite as parcels get rezoned. We wanted to make sure we captured the cost of those additional mailings. So you'll see an increase there, and that about covers the budget. Any questions?
Contractual services showing the footnotes showing the full amount, but that is divided over multiple years.
Any other questions or any questions or comments?
Actually, if that's the case, that doesn't add up either. So,
Yeah. Right.
so I'm guessing
We-
the
we
second
do
year
see-
should be 20,000.
Well, yes, we, sometimes there are overruns. We, again, as you said earlier, a budget isn't a challenge, it's a not to exceed.
But it's safer to be conservative and put
Yeah.
extra. So,
Okay, well, thank you very much. We appreciate all the work you do and thanks for being here to present it so succinctly and a really thoughtful budget. So thank you.
Yep, thank you, Council, for all of your support. I know we're making a lot of changes in my department and great to have the resources to be able to.
Thanks. Next, we'll go on to Parks and Rec. Director McCarl.
So we're gonna start on revenues 614,001. Or maybe I know already.
Under special revenues. And it's 614, so it's gonna be well, 3/4 way through. The fund is 614.
It's page 118 out of 157.
We don't have page numbers.
I know you don't, I'm saying, so you
Oh,
know, you're
okay.
40 from the.
Very good.
Ready?
One second.
Okay.
And make, I think this one where the way it printed, there's revenues. So you've got your provider intro
I was
page.
gonna say that's after.
Yeah, but the way, the way it printed, the revenues portion starts in the page above and then goes into the divider, the summary page, and then continues. Didn't want to waste a sheet of paper here.
Everybody good? Okay, go ahead. Thank
Okay.
you.
So the first thing that I want to point out on this page is there's a request for $300,000 in 23-24, which is going to match a request or close to a request for an expenditure. We'll talk about that when we get to land improvements, but the request is because we plan on applying for state grant funding in April of 2024 to do bathrooms and pavilion at JC Park. As I'll say when we get to the expenditure, and I'll say it now, we won't use that expenditure unless we actually receive the state grant funding. If you recall, the last grant we received, well, it travels with us. These amounts will probably travel with us, even if we've got it for a couple of years. Expenditure will go to the next year, revenue will go to the next year, but you have to show these things in the budget when you're applying for the grant. So I wanted to point that out first, seeing $300,000. The next revenues that you'll see of note is youth camp. At this point in our registration, we are about 3 to 4 weeks exceeding where we normally are with summer camp, which has freaked out a lot of parents who are calling, and there's limited space left in terms of where our numbers are for staffing and that sort of thing. But that's certainly obviously good for where we are in terms of revenue at that point in the year and looking ahead for the rest of the summer. Scott Jennings, our program manager who runs our summer day camp, does an absolutely phenomenal job of that, and it's certainly our biggest revenue earner, even looking at expenditures going up with transportation costs and other things. We still are, that we still are increasing revenue with that program. The other revenues are from our smaller programs. The way, again, that our camps, our specialty camps, not summer reading, but our specialty camps and our programs are set up on our 70-30 split. So the way that they run is we have contractors for our classes, for our camps, and 70% of the revenue goes to those contractors who are teaching those classes or those people who are doing those camps, and 30% comes back to Parks and Recreation. That's the way it's been set up for decades. Does seem to be a working formula. And at some point we may adjust that. A couple of the revenues that have gone up are our tennis contract. Expenses obviously have gone up a little bit as well, but that program has been exploding, including we started pickleball lessons and those have been exploding as well. Couple of notes also, 614-001, 626-901 community center use. I do have a conservative revenue for that number in the coming years. One of the things that the city manager and I have talked about is taking a look at, for sort of decades, the policy has been that community groups, when they have a rental for like a room or something like that, that's not the full community center, that there's not a fee assessed to that. And that's something that probably is going to be changing given the recent millage. It'll probably, depending, some groups it may not work for, but for those groups, they still want to use the space. I estimate bringing in nominal, about $2,000 to $3,000 extra a year, but it's something that probably does need to start happening. And so that doesn't reflect here, but I think that you will see that higher next year. Dream Cruise is still there. You'll see the expenditure matching up. The other one to point out is 614-001-626-925 summer and winter fest fees. This is our programming that we do. When we get to the expenditures, I'll talk a little bit more about what we're spending versus what we're bringing in. We do run 12 plus events, including the 5 concerts that were added last year, the Summer Fest and Winter Fest events. And we run all of those 13 events once we have the sponsorship at about a cost of $8,000 to $9,000 for the entire year, because our expenditure is about $16,500 and we typically bring in $7,500 to $8,000 for those events from community groups and businesses that sponsor it. So it's a pretty high number of events for that cost. We do our absolute best. We'll probably make some nominal changes this year with some of the free things, like whether it's candy or something that we sometimes give out, little things, but those aren't like the high cost that, like a movie rental or something like that is. We are already contracted with the concerts for this coming summer, but we'll probably take a look at lowering that number in the summer of 2024. Given the recent adjustments, the same thing with the movies. Miscellaneous programs, and I know I talked about this with Councilmember Hennon, I've talked about this with city manager and our accountant, Lori Fielder. This captures a number of the programs that aren't captured individually. This is the way the Parks and Recreation budget was set out, again, a long time ago. I think we're going to look at making some of those changes, but you'll see some of those classes listed out. Some classes have their own line item, other classes for some reason are captured here. But again, you'll see the expenditures smaller in all of these accounts than the revenue. Any questions before I move on to next page?
Yeah, there's a couple here.
Yeah.
Dream Cruise, is that like only the merchandise sales or such, or are we also capturing some of the car registration fees?
Yeah, so all of the car parade fees, the car parking spots, so each car parking spot, there's over 200, those are $100. And then the parade, the cars are $10, and we typically receive a little over 400 of those. Those are all captured here, along with the t-shirt sales. The t-shirt sales on our end, after the split is made with the community groups, is nominal. It is a plus, but it's not a high number. But it's everything else is captured here. Yes.
Go ahead. The parade, the number of spots we have usually sell out, right?
For the parking spots always sells out. We've never not sold out of parking spots. We've started taking parking spots over a month ago. I'm looking at Mr. McMahon, our senior and event manager, who handles the lion's share of that with myself. Parking spots always sell out. On parade, we've never had less than 360 registrants. We don't have an exact number. We say we like the number to be around 400. About 10% of those people don't show up. But we've never had less than 360 register. We typically have more than that.
So that tells me there might be room for increased fees there.
I completely agree with you.
So, and especially as expensive as Cruise Fest costs us in DPW and public safety.
I completely agree with you. And one of the things that's not captured in the expenditure is staff time. Mr. McMahon and I both put in a whole lot of hours. We do not, our budget does not allow for overtime. So obviously it's just captured in administrative staff, which is helpful for the city, not always helpful for us. But I completely agree. I hear what you're saying, and I think, and that's something that we have discussed, isn't implemented here, but I think is something that moving forward, obviously this year, that's already done, but for next, yeah, so those letters went out 5-6 weeks ago, and people have already started registering for all of those.
So I thought that was gonna be my next question, but that's what I assumed.
Yes.
I had more questions, but anything else on?
Yes, on Cruise Fest, my comment was gonna be, Teresa's brought up a number of times. That we were one of the few that have hung in there with retail, the apparel sales for as long as we have. Most of the other municipalities up and down the corridor that participate in the event have backed away from that over, all of them has in the years past. So we're one of the few hanging on, but it is one of those drivers of staff time. It's police. There are community groups that are in the booth and they do see it as a fundraiser after we take our cost out. But it only works because of the amount of time that staff spends.
So I would comment on top of that, like we did yesterday, be careful of burnout.
Yes.
If, you know, if it's,
Continue.
it's nice to do, but we also don't want to burn out staff, you know, so. You know, don't be afraid to tell us that this isn't working for us, you know, so. Then the other question was, we had talked about starting to charge for the use of the athletic facilities and the schools specifically. Are we also looking at other frequent users such as moms and dads clubs?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's one that's been posed and it's one that the city manager and I talked about just recently when we were going over charging school district use of recreation facilities. My response to that, my professional response to that is that within a city, many parks and recreation departments run their own youth leagues. The way that it was set up in Berkeley 75 years ago is that these community groups were running these youth leagues. Now, in my mind, you have two completely different factors. Most communities are not providing school districts with facility use, maintenance, all of these things, tennis courts, you know, resurfacing, a staff person lining for your baseball fields and all the supplies that goes with that, right? So that is an outlier for me, the school district. However, if we were to have youth leagues, we would need a full-time staff person. You would be dealing with all the administration that these community groups are taking. So in my mind, they're doing the work that we would be doing. And that's a whole conversation in itself, but it would change 75 years of history. So in my mind, it doesn't make sense to charge those youth leagues that you would need to pay for within your department anyways, because it's a cost savings to you. So the school district and these community groups, we're talking about Moms Club and Dads Club, right, are not the same type of entity because they're taking those costs from what would be a recreation cost.
Yeah, that's all I have.
Greg?
Just answer my question.
Okay, all right. Matt, anything else that you want to, I mean, I know we talked a little bit now about fees a couple times now. Can we just give it brief, maybe the timeline as we're looking at going forward?
Sure, yeah, so now that we've largely had the conversation last night and then kind of reiterated today, I feel comfortable enough at least letting the school district know what our number is and our intent to start assessing it as of the first of the year, I think, or first of the fiscal year, July 1. I think now, given some similar indication to our community groups, a note from the city manager's office, letting them know of the upcoming change. Officially, we bring this to you guys on the first meeting in June, because we'd like to have all of our fees that we assess to whomever, but easily captured, easily referenced in the city's comprehensive fee schedule. So we'll be seeking an update for council's consideration on the 5th of June.
And I've provided the city manager with an extensive memo that I'm sure he'll provide for you based on what we're spending. The number that we're still asking is fairly conservative, I think, in terms of what we spend, right? But I've also provided a number of what we would charge a nominal fee for use of the community center to those community groups and what that would possibly bring in, and you'll see that.
Okay, thank you. Anything else before we move on? Bridget, anything? No, you're good. Okay.
So let's see, marquee rental, this is nominal year in terms of 614-001-675-002. You are going to see a request for us to also, right now, there's suggested donations for community groups that do hosting. It is staff time. It is something that we have to do, and the cost to maintain the marquee is not inexpensive and continues to go up with the price of neon. So this is something that I'm looking at, also making a change to make it a required fee. Again, small, but some sort of change to require if people want something posted at the marquee, and it's in the memo as well. So I wanted to point that out. The other thing that I want to point out is
my apologies. Our policy too is not individuals being able to post on that. So that's why you don't see, congratulations, Bob and Kevin on your marriage. It is like, it's community group specific. So it would be You have all better examples, but if it's not city, it's.
The Berkeley Drama Department,
Yes,
American
yeah.
Legion, Fish Fry,
Right.
Dad's Club, something, you know, things like that nature, but we do, the policy states no personal or business messages. That policy began a couple of years ago because we had wearing realtor groups that like were renting it all the time, because it was just constantly realty. So, yes.
If you guys can share the ball, I'm gonna take it away. That's
We
kind
do get a lot of like marriage
Yes.
requests and birthdays and
Yeah.
we apologize.
I just have one question about the marquee. With the price of neon repair and kind of a lost art. Have there been discussions of replacing it with something very
A lot.
similar?
Right.
A lot of
It's just-
discussions.
Yeah, we're, Alex Brown is kind of taking this on in conjunction with the Recreation Department to try to find an alternative to it. So we can be Berkeley again and not just Clee. That's if it lights up at all. It's, as you said, it's been more difficult to maintain. We've got a person that's done it for years. But it's individual trips out are very expensive and they're shorter and shorter lived. So really the goal here is to try to make sure it's up and running around event time or something like that, where we really wanted to, as a centerpiece, but we have not been in a huge hurry in the intermediate period to get somebody out there because it could end up being a fix that is 2 months at most. And we find to have more issues in the winter too. So part of that is, I don't want to try this in the middle of December. But ultimately, we really need to get the thing and get a lighting source that can be more consistent and but still captures the look of it.
Sure.
And
Yeah.
honors the history there too. And that's we found it to be a really difficult
Yeah.
thing to do.
Any other questions on 119? The other thing that I want to point out, sorry, before we move on from this page, or you don't have pages, I apologize. From the page that you're looking at, is that part of the donations that we received from Patronicity, were in last year's, even though those expenditures are coming out this year. But we are still waiting on $50,000 from the MEDC, so that will need to be updated in the 22-23 revenue account.
Any expected timeframe or just kind
The
of
project
when the
has to
state gets to it,
finish.
they'll get to it?
Yeah, well, we have to finish the project,
Yeah.
which hopefully will be done by June 30th.
Okay.
Yeah, on the transfers in from general fund, we have $1 million this year and then 0 the next year. Is that still what we're anticipating?
That would be a question for city manager.
Yeah, I mean, still, we'll do everything we can. Again, we made that transfer at the end of the year. We try to right size it based on what their actual costs are. So the more we save, the less that transfer is, but that is, you know, trying to be conservative and trying to be prepped for the most expensive version of it, yeah.
And then they'll probably get a big drop off on
Correct.
capital improvements.
Yeah.
It'll drop off tremendously.
Yeah, so subsequent years, one thing I've already talked about with the director is, I think I mentioned it last night, is stretching out. That 5-year plan is not gonna be a 5-year plan. It's gonna look more like an 8 or 9-year plan. So we'll really spice up those capital costs, and that will also drive down the annual contribution too.
Probably most of these projects are already underway bidding or like the capital improvement side of things.
Correct. Oh, yeah, already. Yeah,
Yeah,
you'll see
so
two
it's not
tomorrow.
like-
JC has actually half of that, just under half of that has already been paid for because you have to pay when they are shipping. So that's already been taken out.
Yeah, so it's not like, so we can't say, hey, let's just cut, don't do half of it this year and do half of it next year. Things are already.
You could say that tomorrow on the walkways.
So you might. I don't, like we have in the other parts of the budget, if you want to
Sure.
spread it out, so, you know, it'll end up being the same amount, but also we find things cost more the next year.
Correct.
So it could make fiscal sense to do it all now.
I think one of the biggest things to point out, though, is that a number of the bigger projects that the 5-year plan, the last 2 5-year plans have stated that they wanted to see, and that the councils over the last, 8-9 years had said to bring forth, right? I think the point is that a lot of that work has gotten done. And so I think that that's a bigger thing to point out, is that a lot of the projects, once this park is going to be done, are going to be more like projects that can be done, but not necessarily, you know, resurfacing, drainage, things like that. Because a lot of the actual parks will be completed. So I think that that's a bigger thing to point out. And that those have a cycle of 15 to 20 to 25 years. So you're not going to be doing those every few years, if that makes sense.
And one of the things we would say, we're about to, or we're bringing guests tomorrow too, is just not looking at these projects singular as a single silo. So the Oxford Park pathway tomorrow is coming to you guys. It's also was bid out with 3 other projects that were similar to try to get the best unit price, and save multiple departments and multiple funds monies, instead of having those 3 different projects. So even things like that, or anything that we can do to increase our buying power, has been useful so far to us.
Any other questions?
I think we're good, thanks.
614-105-704. So we've got full-time employees. No change significant this year in terms of full-time employees, no additions. Obviously, last year, after the same sort of setup for 7 years, we added a full-time employee last year to handle a number of our events and marketing and things like that. But this year, there's no significant change in terms of full-time employees. We are sticking with the 6 that we currently have. Part-time maintenance. The one thing I want to point out is most likely right now we have budgeted for 3 different part-time maintenance in 614-105-707. At this point, we will probably not be filling that slot. That's the 320 hours over 16 weeks, which is 5120. We don't think that, you know, given again where we're at, that that's going to be needed. So that's the plan as of right now. Nothing was made, you know, in the last couple of days. Everything else, there's no significant changes going down the line in terms of office supplies, uniform costs, playground athletic, fuel and oil, slight raise, just given the cost of everything, program supplies, maintenance supplies, equipment supplies, holding pretty steady within give or take $100 each. I know. Any questions before I go on to the next page? Next page, again, no significant changes for materials and supplies, seed plant tools. Building maintenance, I do want to point out that this year our building is 8,000 square feet. As most of you know, it does have 5 HVAC units on that 8,000 square feet. And one of those HVAC units went down this year at a cost of $13,000. So just again, something to point out, an unexpected expense, something that had to be fixed. We had no heat in the front part of our building for several weeks. Until we could get it fixed. So point that out. Another thing that sometimes falls within either equipment or building that is unknown is on Christmas Eve, we had a pole that holds up netting fall. Replacing that is a lot more costly than you would realize. It's, you know, about $5,000 to just replace a utility pole like that. So again, a lot of One of the things that I always try to explain to people is Parks and Recreation is a lot more infrastructure and maintenance than and buildings and facilities than people realize. And so everything from poles to nets to HVACs, 5 of them. So any questions here before I move on?
Actually, I have a comment, Teresa. As long as we're talking about HVACs and things, you know, failing, I also want, and maybe you're going to mention this later, but the foundation is still cracked in that building. The roof is leaking, yet you're still able to put on events. I applaud you for your determination. But, you know, those are things that bounce around in my head too, that, you know, we keep deferring and someday we're not gonna be able to do that. And I know that's a different conversation than what we're having tonight, but that building is really old and I appreciate what you and your staff do to make it work for the things that you do. So that's my
Thank you,
comment.
Mayor. Yeah, I mean, so the building this year celebrated its 50th anniversary. And the mayor is absolutely correct. The foundation is problematic, which we've known for a very long time, which we have not had the funds to deal with. And also the thought has been, do we want to put, when we have had funds, do we want to put it into this building? It's not hyperbole to say that, you know, we had an event recently and we had a dance and we had a lot of people in the building and we had a concert and it's lovely. And right behind where the band was playing, we had old t-shirts that, because it was raining that night, to sop up. I mean, this happens regularly. There are spots that are known. It's a problematic roof, and if you've been in the parking lot, then you've been in the parking lot, both the arena and the community center lot. These things are all true. I think, I don't want to get emotional, but our staff does an absolutely phenomenal job with all of that, but these things are all true. So, thank you. Any other questions before we move on? Okay, thank you. Memberships and dues, these are memberships we pay to belong to professional organizations, both our department and people within our department. That there is no change there. Custodial services, obviously there's cleaning at the community center. We also have fees that clean the restrooms at Oxford Park when they're open. So that's part of that. Contractual services, this is where we capture, and I did speak with Councilman Brennan, next year I will put even more footnotes, but this is where we capture a number of different items of note. Our porta potties that you see a lot of all over the city, aren't as good as actual restrooms, but are better than nothing. You know, other building type, you know, carpet, things like that, tree trimming, and other sort of catch-all items. Advertising to utilities. Any questions before I move on? So in building improvements, right now we have budgeted for 23-24, and this gets to kind of what the mayor was talking about. For several years, we have talked about replacing the doors in the front. They don't work properly. They don't work properly. I'll leave it at that. We are going to attempt to receive funding in another way. Actually, tomorrow, the city manager's office and myself will be meeting with the county to see if it's possible that we can apply CDBG funding for that. That's a hope. I don't know if it will happen. We were able about 8 or 9 years ago to get CDBG funding to do the back doors, but they're senior center doors. So I don't know if we'll be able to get that, but that we are going to try that before we spend that money. If we cannot, they do need to be replaced. We've had many service calls over the last couple of years for them to be worked on. So at a service call at $800 to $900, it doesn't make sense anymore. We need to look at replacing them. It's something that can't be done.
Would that be out of our normal CDBG allocation, or would that be on top of something additional?
I think it would be.
So we would be, as we put together, so the application for the upcoming year, so we would do that in lieu of, like, we've done sidewalk projects in the past, we've done, like, the
So it
technical
isn't,
neighbors.
it isn't extra money.
Right.
No,
Right.
yeah, it would be part of whatever the city gets, but we thought it might be a good use if we're able,
Yeah.
so we're meeting with them tomorrow.
Considered to be an architectural barrier.
That stayed pretty flat.
Yeah, they have, unfortunately.
Yeah.
There is some talk about it going up next year. City of Pontiac may exit the consortium of non-entitlement communities and go it on their own. That's going to leave a bigger slice of the pie for a couple other ones. But again, that's all, they're having those same conversations as we speak this week as well. So we're waiting to find out, but otherwise they've been pretty flat. And then the rules have gone up on them too. So the way that we can use those and divvy them up has changed as well. That's made them a little bit more difficult to access and make full use of.
Which I know we'll get into in about a couple.
Letters here.
Yeah.
The other thing I want to point out, we don't have any furniture costs for the building. We keep it relatively low. One of the things that we have been able to do is if there's something that could, you know, there hasn't been a lot of desire to put a lot of money into the actual facility, but if there's something that could exist in this facility and someday another facility. So we have replaced some very old tables recently, and we're looking to replace a few more, and then also some chairs and things like that in the 24-25, but nothing next year. And then for equipment, we are looking at replacing our gator in the next year as part of the replacement cycle, and then in 24-25 looking at replacing one of our older trucks. Any questions before I move on? Okay, now we get to the fun stuff. Summer day camp 614-112-707. Again, you know, I'm very biased, but I think we have just the greatest staff and people. One of them sitting behind me, the others are not here. One of them is Scott Jennings, who does an absolutely phenomenal job running a beast of a program, which is summer day camp, keeping 180 children roughly a day alive and not lost. It's like the bare minimum, but they also are happy, I think, and have a great time. I spend a lot of time with them. The summer's amazing.
You barely have trouble with one, so.
Yes, 180 is a lot. We do run a state licensed summer day camp, have for a very long time. There have been since the pandemic, we used to only have staff that's 18 and older. That's how state licensed camp runs. However, the state organization, Laura, has allowed for waivers so that we can hire some people that are under 18, which is what most communities are doing in order to meet staffing requirements. Scott has been in the process for the last several weeks to make sure that we have enough staff. And we're excited to have them back sort of planning and in the building. You see the costs broken out here in terms of our actual staff. We run with a site director. Obviously Scott is first, then the site director, then we have actual directors who have been with the program for a long time, and then our counselors. It's a phenomenal program. We are running it for the third year at Anderson. We had 1 year that we were at Angel since the ice arena closed and shut down, where we ran it for several decades. We do run it at the school district assesses us a fee, an overtime fee of their janitors that are in the building that have to stay after because of the hours that we are there. But we are certainly grateful. It's a great space. There's good conditioning that the arena did not offer. And there's a lot of space for the campers there, but they are outside the majority of the day as it is, but it is a great space to be able to have it. I know that there's two redheaded boys that have been for a very long time. So we'll have them back as well. Any questions here? One thing I do want to know is something that we're excited to see is transportation costs have gone up. It's, you know, understandable in terms of transporting kids, so we try to do that less and you know, not as many buses to pools. This year, for the first time in the last several years, we are able to get back into the Berkley High School pool for some swim time, which the kids can walk there. And then we are using a transportation company that we used several years ago at a lower cost, so we're happy about that. Questions, comments?
Any question?
Greg, you're good. Yeah, how many, you said 180, does that, like, what is the license for? Could they take more with more staff?
Yeah, so the license goes up to 200. We have over 300 different kids that come out through the summer, but average a day is about 180. And right now, that's really where we staff-wise typically fall. Sometimes we can take a few more, but the licensing is a 1-to-10 ratio. So if you have 11 kids, you need 2 counselors. So obviously we try not to do that. The next ones I'm going to go through really quickly because, again, not exactly sure why it's like this. I think we're going to work on this for future years, but these are all the smaller broken out accounts. So if you have something, just shout at me. You can't. We've got Pillow Polo. Pillow Polo is one of the programs that we actually do run in-house. We have part-time staff that we hire. Typically it's one of our counselors, 2 of our counselors, and they run this program. If anyone doesn't know what Pillow Polo is, just ask me about it. I played it in Berkley in the 80s. It's fun. our clinics, like our camp clinics and specialty camps that we run, we often run in conjunction with like the high school basketball coach or volleyball coach or something like that. And we do a number of camps that we also run in conjunction with Huntington Woods Parks and Recreation, some on Berkley property, some on Huntington Woods property. So we've got girls d-ball, girls volleyball, boys b-ball, women's softball. So we run 3 recreation leagues here in Berkley. I should say 3 recreation leagues here run in Berkley on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday nights throughout the spring, summer, and fall at Lazenby Field. 2 of those are run by Detroit Social Club. So we offer them in the city for residents who want to do them in the city of Berkley and non-residents too. But we are not administering their, they give us a nominal revenue check for what they're doing on our fields. We then maintain the fields. Then women's softball is the one that we do run in-house as a league on Wednesday nights. Tennis, as I mentioned, has increased in terms of number of people and where we're going. Sorry.
Just on that one, notice the
Yeah,
note amount.
I see that too. I don't know what that is.
Which
But
one are we looking at?
I don't know why we don't have any part-time staff. And it's, that's incorrect. It should just read the, I don't know what that is. That must be a. We have no staff.
Oh, here.
Hold on, did we just find some money?
No.
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 No, because it's
We
in
just
there,
found
but not actually totaled.
Oh, okay, never mind then.
Okay.
I just carried over.
Any questions on the last couple pages at all? You're good, Teresa.
Again, community center use, as I talked about, we're looking at increasing that. We have part-time staff that are absolutely phenomenal that are in there, in the hours that we're not. But I do think trying to increase the revenues to match what we're spending is important for those hours. Some of those hours are program fees as well. If there's nothing else, we're getting to Dream Cruise expenditures. Again, you'll see that what we're spending, the revenue slightly exceeds that, but that doesn't take into account the other departments and what they're spending on Cruise Fest, Dream Cruise. And I should say that it says Dream Cruise, but it's Cruise Fest too. We don't have a separate Dream Cruise Fest account. And again, doesn't capture time.
I think just for future might be useful to rename this Dream Cruise Fest.
I agree.
And on the revenue side, put those breaking down a little bit.
Sure.
It should just be Cruise Fest, right? I mean, what do we really spend for Dream Cruise?
Well, the issue is like t-shirts really are Dream Cruise, not Cruise Fest. I've never, I've
We don't
always
sell
sort of-
Cruise shirt, yeah.
Right, we sell Dream t-shirts.
Yeah.
But the event is Cruise Fest,
Right.
so it's always,
A weird bleed into one into the other.
Yeah, I was trying to find and I was searching Cruise Fest and I was like, nothing's coming up right now.
yeah,
And I think it's helpful for folks that may be looking at this to
Yeah.
understand that, we're not subsidizing some other part of the different communities portion of.
I
Cruise Fest
agree.
that-
I think a slash actually makes the most sense. I think it's both.
Yeah.
By slash, I mean like Dream Cruise slash Cruise Fest.
Just having Slash out to play the concert.
Yeah, get it.
Yes.
614-925-758. Again, this is what I was speaking about. So we have our revenue here as 7,500, about 8,000 in terms of what we bring in. And then all of the fees, including adding the concerts and where we're at 16,500. So for 12 plus events, 3 movies, Summerfest, Winterfest, and the concerts, we're looking at a cost of about $89,000.
Any questions?
Okay, miscellaneous programs, again, there's a nominal. Oh, this is where, and it hasn't been corrected. Councilmember Hennan, you brought this up and I had said at the time that it was a typo, the $614,950, $750 in 23-24. It should be 6,500, not 65,000.
We just found money, Bridget.
Now we found money.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, and a lot of money.
Yeah. That's to the good.
The other thing that I want to point out is, and the city manager is aware of this, is, and that this was in the memo that was provided to you, I believe, 614,950,821 engineering is going from 40 to 20,000 next year, because a big portion of that work was done this year unexpectedly because we were going for grant funding for the Spark grant, which we did not receive. I'm gonna reapply, but I don't feel confident given the communities and where the money went in the first round. They were originally gonna do 3 rounds, they're only doing 2. So again, we're gonna go the more traditional route that I think we'll have a lot more success at, but this work is already done, so we are cutting that. And again, I believe that was in the memo that you received. Any other questions before I move on from this page?
I have a question about how much we interacted with the Natural Resources Trust Fund. I know there's been such a ton of interest in the Spark side.
Yeah, so I'll apply, so originally when we did Oxford, I went for the MNRTF in 2017, we came up 5 points shy.
Yeah.
So I spoke with our grant coordinator, who's absolutely fantastic at the stage through the DNR, and she pushed us towards land water. She thought that we had a much better chance with that. I'll probably speak with her and ask her whether she thinks we have a better chance with land and water or the MNRTF.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'll absolutely try for either that she thinks, but you definitely are not going to get both in the same year.
No, that makes sense. And I know that there's push to have sort of a refocus to go more towards development as opposed to land acquisition with the MNRTF in the last couple of years.
Correct. No, there is. And again, there was this huge push towards Spark, way bigger than anyone realized it was going to be in terms of the number that was asked and the number that was given. And again, looking at those projects that were funded, it's a wonderful thing for the state. I mean that enthusiastically. But I think the writing is on the wall that we are not going to be a community that's going to get that. I think we have a much better chance with a more traditional grant, whether it's MNRTF or land water. So if I speak with our coordinator who thinks MNRTF is the way to go, and you're right, there's been a lot more development happening than acquisition, which is what this would be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just in the spirit of, your department, obviously, leaving no stone unturned, there's opportunities for the table. So thank you.
Any other questions? All right. So last page for almost last page for 614 is land improvements. Couple of things to point out here. Obviously, in that memo, again, it stated that all 23-24 projects, with the exception of those items that we are looking for grant funding, so those JC, the pavilion and restrooms will remain, only to be spent if we receive grant funding. And then the other thing that will remain is the merchants infield work to get those fields in hopefully the same shape that we now have community 2 and community 3 in. Everything else will either be pushed back. And again, as the city manager said, most likely what's in 24-25, I think we will end up spreading out, but no other capital projects will be in 23-24. Any questions?
Greg? Yeah, just a couple. Thank you for you and your staff for all that you do, for all the events that you put on for all of our residents and our surrounding communities, because I know they are taking those as well. And for the work and the hours you put in trying to find us grants and writing those grants. We don't have a special grant writer in our city. We don't have that position. So I do thank you for all of that. Any word or when we'll maybe hear if we're approved for these grants, or
Yeah.
it's just kind of up to the grant?
No, so the way that it works, I mean, Spark, again, will apply because we have the work done. I'm very not confident that we will see that again, given what that landscape looks like. The MNRTF and Land and Water operate on an April 1st submission yearly, so obviously, and there's a lot of work that has to be done, including community meetings before we can apply for that. So the community meetings, the plan right now is to have those in the fall of this year in 2023. The writing will be done by me over the winter of 23-24. It will be submitted April 1st of 2024. And typically you find out in December of 2024, whether you or not you receive it. So that's why I say the money you'll see, but it's all going to be carried over. For instance, just as so we did receive the Land and Water Conservation Fund grant in December of 2018. The project at Oxford got underway in the fall of 2020, completed in the spring of 2021, and we were reimbursed at some point in at the end of 2021 or early 2022. So it's a multi-year from 2018 saying, yay, you received it, to when you're actually getting work underway. And then, because there's so many, and then the reimbursement, there's such a process in order for that to happen. Any other questions on the non-capital for next year, or any questions at all on this page?
I have one more. I'm sorry for the bench sale
Yeah.
at the bottom there. Well, I thought I got an email that we were trying that again, or
Yeah, so this one is an easy, it's an expense matches the revenue. It's seen as, you know, a way for the community to get involved, to buy a bench if they want to buy a bench. And so we said, again, if you want to have a bench and, you know, have a nameplate, we work with the company, and we had 9 people reach out and pay money, and still flights, I believe, reach out to buy a bench and have it at one of our parks.
Thank you. For these benches we wouldn't have otherwise.
Correct.
Okay.
Good, very good.
Okay. Miscellaneous programs. Thing there. The rest is employee cost, nothing to note there. So if you are ready, we can move on to 615 senior programming. Activities.
I think so.
Okay.
Thanks.
Again, no major changes here. We continue to operate senior transportation. We now currently have 2 part-time drivers who are absolutely phenomenal, including our staff in-house that takes the reservations, primarily Mr. McMahon, but also Ms. Muldrak, who's our office administrator. And our senior transportation is busier than ever. It's daily filled up, and we really encourage people to call ahead of time because of that. But we receive funding for SMART for that. We continue our weekly, quarterly, and yearly reporting in order to receive those funds. So you see those in these revenues. You also see senior program. That revenue is up, expenses also up. We run that at just a little bit of a revenue, because obviously we want to keep that programming as low cost to seniors as possible, but also to cover our costs. So you'll see that 615, 001, 651 senior programs will match up with 615, 110, 818 in terms of the expenditures, match up by, you know, exceeding it by a few $1,000s. So that's our, you know, senior lunches, senior trips, and senior programming. And again, Mr. McMahon, you know, figures out those costs so that, yes, there's, you know, revenue to be made, but that it's at a cost that our seniors still are wanting to do this programming. And tell you, they definitely do. Everything sells out within a matter of days once it is in the senior newsletter, and which we also do in-house, the senior newsletter, so that's a very minimal expense. Any questions on the revenue side of senior programming activities? Expenses, again, it's pretty minimal. Obviously, there are some vehicle fees at times. We are fortunate that most of our anything with our vehicles, unless there's something that has to go to the SMART terminal, a lot of times our mechanic can handle it. So we're fortunate there. We work mostly with the TPW on that. And we're still awaiting a bus that we were approved for a couple of years ago. SMART typically approves us for new vehicles, and it takes about 4 to 5 years to then get those vehicles. So we're on year 3 of waiting for another vehicle. Any questions on any of the expenses going from 615,110 to 615,113?
Actually, just thought about on the revenue side, do we apply or even eligible for other senior related grants, senior program grants?
We have not applied for any. We can definitely explore. I mean, for you're thinking programming or
Programming for building improvements that are needed, related to, that side of the building.
yeah, I mean, I definitely think we can. One of the things that I worry about getting caught up in is that our senior center is not a true senior center. It's well, and it's the community center, it's all one building. So the space isn't just for our seniors. It's, prioritized for our seniors for when they need it, but it's not just for the seniors. But I certainly think we can take a look at that. And that's something we probably will do in this next year.
And that's one of the reasons I wondered if it's even eligible since it's not a segregated.
Yeah.
building.
I think it's something to be explored and people definitely do that. Any other questions? If not,
I think.
that closes out Parks and Recreation.
Well, thank you so much, Teresa and the whole department. I mean, you guys just do incredible work, high level of service for, very minimal amount. It's just, incredibly important what you do because it touches all aspects of the community. So I just want to thank you all for what you do, the incredible service you provide. Greg said it very well, and I'm sure echoed by everybody. I don't know if Bridget wants to jump in as well.
She comes to a lot of our stuff,
Yeah.
or a lot of our lunches and things, right, Bridget?
Yeah, it's very fun. And as the former liaison from council to Parks and Rec, you guys are near and dear to my heart. You and the library are truly community spaces. And I think that, recreation is also mental health. We need to think about this in a broader sense. You provide a space for the community to gather and to connect with one another via your programs. I took a tumble tots class with my grandson there. It was very fun, interesting, but fun. And I've enjoyed some of the senior lunches, bingo and things like that. So I think all ages benefit from our Parks and Recreation, and I think everybody can benefit from spending time with others, being outside and moving. Those are all positive things. I know Councilmember Patterson was on the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, and now Mayor Pro Tem Gavin is the liaison to Parks and Rec. So there's a lot of love for you from council. I could just go on a limb and say, everybody, but I'm going to speak for the ones with the direct connection. But we appreciate all that you do. And I said this last night, and I'll say it again tonight. It's easy when the wind's at your back, but in moments like this, where we have to sharpen our pencils and really dig deep and think about things and what can we let go of, it's really more of a challenge. So I appreciate the time and attention that you took when you were requested up by the city manager Baumgarten to take a second look. So thank you and your staff for all that you do.
Thank you.
You just elevate the quality of life in Berkeley.
Thank you.
And so, and of course, Councilmember Dooley knows very well as a former member as well. So, any other questions for Parks and Rec? Thanks very much,
Thanks,
Teresa. Really appreciate it.
Before we move on, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Can we deviate from this at all and let Brian go first? I mean, from our agenda, because like finance and treasury used to be handled by the finance director. And now Brian is our treasurer, and I hate to make him sit through as fascinating as it is. Yeah, but I need to, I'm glad you would like to sit through Sean's presentation. He's got one page
Yeah.
And he's got a
I've got
drive
a-
home.
Any Robert's rules.
You got a
for me to
little
recall
drive.
For,
Make a motion.
yeah, I mean, we can, like a friendly amendment to the original motion.
Work session,
Yeah.
yeah.
All
I
right, so-
just thought.
Can we take a 10-minute break?
Yeah, so let's
Can we grab the-
do that first, if you don't
Yeah.
mind. We'll take just a 10-minute break. We'll do bathroom, people can grab some stuff. And then we'll come back. Yeah, we'll do a friendly amendment to move treasury up, and then we'll get going, and Sean will just have to wait about 3 more minutes.
Sean will be with all his friends.
Yeah. All right, we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Sorry, but.
Bridget, are you all set? We're ready to get back going.
Show. So.
I think we can jump back.
What you said?
All right, because I did this and I never told them so.
Oh,
Because that last year, I ended up slotted into the folder.
oh,
They were gonna happen this year. It got me three downs like the size.
You, Matt, you guys, you're Lori, all set?
I apologize.
No, that's all right. I just want to make sure you guys are good to go.
yeah, Bridget back.
I don't think, we'll just jump and I think she'll be back. I think she just stepped away for a second. Okay, great. Well, let's get back into it. And so Councilmember Patterson, doing a friendly amendment, and Councilmember Hennon, agreed on his support. We're gonna move finance and treasury up just ahead of public works. And, thanks Sean for the flexibility as well. So, all right, treasury first.
So it's, general fund, 215, it's the department.
Great, whenever you're ready.
Basically, looking at it, the first footnote, you see that where it says board of canvassers, that's actually regarding the board of review. Having that from the finance budget into ours, so it's not really an increased amount, it's just a movement. There's a potential that might go down a little bit, because they're looking at, we have a March board review, which has been about 4 days of meetings, and then a 1 day July and a 1 day December board review. The county is looking at making sure it's all right that we do it and still keep enough meetings for the public, but reducing that to 2 days from 4 days. So there might be a reduction in the amount that we have to have staff, but members of the community that represent the board of review in there, and so that would be one item on there. You have the 2 full-time employees and 1 part-time employee in the department, which is why the difference in the salaries is because of the restructuring of the department. And the other costs, the stationery and the postage are similar. We do use the county's mail permits to send out tax bills. And so that's stayed relatively consistent. So far, we haven't seen a big jump in those. So that's always a good thing. But it gets the bills out on they're real good about getting them from their source to people's mailboxes on July 1st. And December 1st, when that comes out. The other, and I don't know if you have questions on any of this, please let me know. Down a little further where you get into the office equipment, that was a little bit of a jump because we had a failure on our check reader that we use for the bank, and that's where that came from. But I don't foresee us having to replace that anytime soon. I'm hoping that this one is a little bit more sturdy than the first one that we had. The first one we had was one that the bank supplied us with that was a refurb piece of machinery. And so this one was new. Then down in the professional development area, because we've got the new deputy treasurer, she's got to be certified and trained. So there's the cost for that and for me to maintain my certifications, which is part of the memberships and contractual. We don't have any contractual services unless that's audit related. No. Projected activity for 22-23, I'm not sure what that was. But that's part of the restructuring and financing.
Have been advertising the position.
Yeah, perhaps.
I don't know what that is without looking it up, but it's obviously, there's activity there. for
We
14.
advertise board review potentially.
Yeah. That's noticed.
I didn't realize that fell under contractual services. I apologize, but there is a requirement that the boards, especially the March board review, is published in the newspapers. Everybody's aware of it. There isn't really any other changes. The computer software and that kind of cost is pretty much standard.
Yep.
Questions? That was, it's been a minute since I've been at the county, but I'm assuming we've stayed fairly flat in the number of delinquencies sent over to the county, right? Or this course of this last year.
Yeah, I have not seen a slight increase in it. And save for our delinquencies, water, and things like that.
Yeah. Okay, great. Of course, I'd be remiss to say that the county treasurer's office will do payment plans with folks if there is a need that have delinquencies as well, so. Great, any other questions or comments? Great, thank you very much, Brian, I appreciate it, thanks.
I do appreciate you moving me up on the schedule.
Thank us, thanks, Sean.
Yeah, Lori.
See, Brian, the contractual was actually BSNA tax support fee.
Yeah.
So,
There'll be another.
Support fee for that module,
so that's what that contractual was.
the 1,400.
Is that
Yeah.
yearly or?
Yeah.
Is that your, or is that something we did with the tax? What did we do?
I have to look, that's all I have to go on right now, so I have to look into it further.
And then the advertising would have fallen in advertising.
Right.
46.
Right.
Lori, do you want to go, or do you want to just wait, it's up to you?
I can go.
All right, well, let's do it while we're on the agenda. So we can
Yeah.
vote.
Okay, so. As Brian said, board review. So it's over in treasury now.
What account?
Oh, I'm so sorry, 201. I apologize.
That's all right.
Thank you.
Right at the
Stan,
treasury.
for Keeping me
Right in front
on
of us.
task.
Thanks, Dan.
Sure.
What would we do? What would we do without him? Oh my God. Okay, so, full-time employees, has gone down a bit, so what we're doing is we're gonna have like a finance director and hopefully maybe a deputy,
Right.
and then our part-time is, taking over, Sue's position, which with, especially with all the streamlining we're doing, that's really all we're gonna need for that, position anymore. So, let's see, pretty much, not a lot has changed. Professional development, we left some in there. We're not sure who's gonna need it, if I go to any classes or whatever, but we just kind of left it as a placeholder. Bank charges, we do, incur some bank charges in finance. You know, the bank charges from the bank and, different fees like that come directly into finance. Let's see. Audit services, pretty much, as you see, there was a big drop there with our new auditors. So, going forward, that will. I think that, well, let's see, 73,822.
Yeah, that's what,
That must have been plants, carryover from,
Consulting services,
no, in auditing.
audit services.
Audit
So-
services.
so that's one of the things I had asked, you know, that the activity this year is significantly higher than
Yeah.
previous years, and you told me it was extra from Plant Moran that was moved to consultants.
Yeah, I think it's more appropriately,
Oh,
I think when people saw
Is that
plant,
what?
they had just slotted it, I think we accidentally slotted it
Absolutely.
into audit services. It is
Absolutely.
more accurately placed in consulting because plant is not on hand to do consulting services for, or auditing services for us. We are still sticking with Pulse, My Sleeps and Zeal.
Yes.
We have plants supplementing the finance staff while we search for like streamline the departments, implement some needed policies and procedures, and then go out to search for our next finance director.
Right,
Do we know if
so yes.
consultant line's the next one, so it's.
So, right, so what we see it down here where it says contractual services, finance, FD, finance director, that's where that's gonna be moved to.
Correct, yeah.
Because, right, Charlie did not know. She saw plan and put it where it was. Thank you, Matt. I was like, I couldn't figure that out. So yes, so there's going to be an adjustment and much of that is
Yeah.
gonna go down into contractual services.
Yeah, plan is, we talked to, or a little bit yesterday about other opportunities for consultants to come in at a lower rate than staff, on staff. This is not one of those areas where
No.
that makes sense. They plan, thankfully comes in with a staff of 4 or 5. We've used them a lot, for various things, but they are not a solution to staffing in the department at all.
And, you know, you have to understand that, with the urgency to make changes in the department, and so we lost 2 people. So, that really left me.
Mhm.
And I could not possibly do it all. Furthermore, I had to do things that I had not normally done. And everything was taking so long. So, Plant was a tremendous help. They came in, they figured out a lot of stuff, taught me. And then when we got our part-timer in, she came in and they trained her so that I could do other stuff. So I mean,
This.
yeah, so it really was a big help, but yeah, they are extremely expensive and I was wanting to get with Matt today and tell him we have really weaned down our need
We
for
do,
them.
yeah.
So I think that Caitlin even said today, I probably won't come in next week. One of the girls that's been doing the training. And so I think that it's gonna be
Yeah.
just
We're in a wind down
as
phase.
needed, kind of
Yeah.
for things that are coming up, like maybe during the audit to do some asset work and stuff like that, but yeah, so that's gonna be winding down.
We're pretty close to finalizing a job description for like a revitalized job description for the finance director position. We'll be working on what the deputy finance director position looks like. And then, slotting really talented people into places where they should be.
So anyway, so that will be adjusted and so that number is gonna be more in line. And that is pretty much it now. Assessors, I we have nothing.
We just have to build it, I don't think.
Is that
Well,
it?
So on that line, you have 16,000 projected for this, but that's about 100,000 off of.
Yes, I don't know
That should be an extra
where
probably.
that came, yeah,
Let's just, yeah, we just gonna stick a 1 in there.
yeah. So, right, it's missing a one.
There goes the found money.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
yeah,
so
right, sorry.
would don't think that'll have a material impact with. But we could
Right.
double check,
Yeah.
because that is a big chunk, that we found 80% of that earlier, so.
Yeah, okay, and then, I guess that's really pretty much it,
Just,
software. Is a little up this year because of all the changes. Timesheets and stuff like that, but dropping back down. So, yeah. That's pretty much it, so yeah, oh, sorry about that.
Any questions?
I have a comment, actually a couple comments. First, I apologize, Councilmember Julie. I don't know how you being on Parks and Rec Advisory Board slipped my mind, so I apologize for that. And good catch, Pro Tem. But and then on to finance. Lori, I just want to commend you for stepping up and being the interim finance director during this time of change. And I really appreciate all the work that you've done to not only educate yourself, but to get the department into the shape that it's in right now, specifically the investment aspect of it. I appreciate the insight and the knowledge that you brought to the table with that. You are hugely capable and we're lucky to have you. So thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Couldn't have done it without Stan.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Every compliment I give, I have to do the get on the Stan wagon too. So,
Yeah, we didn't mention him for a while, so I thought.
right, yeah, it's been too long. He was probably breaking out in hives. Okay.
Any other questions or comments for finance? So, Again, just to echo the mayor, thank you very much, Laurie, for everything that goes into this. I mean, it's a beast for sure. So thank you.
It's fun. Matt's done a lot. He's really done more than I think he's done before. Right? Not that you didn't do enough before, but. It's really-
It's all part of it.
I think I don't know if he's even slept lately.
Overrated.
Right.
Right, yeah.
All right, great. Well, we'll move on then to the new
Big event.
letter E, Public Works.
The big event.
So from going too fast, yelling loose, got a lot of cover.
Where do you want us to
We're gonna
start?
start with 4.1, right?
Yep, 101, 101, 101. Hey. Page 42.
There's no page number. I know.
Do that page.
They help you.
Yeah, Dennis, yeah, Dennis.
Come on.
Oh, Dennis. No, I printed them.
Oh,
Nice, we got that. That's. Yeah. Yeah. I'll see. Page numbers.
You got everybody good?
Yeah,
All right,
good.
whenever you're ready.
mm,
Uh, So full-time employees, not a whole lot of changes there. Part-time, it's part-time help, that's always a very difficult one to fill for us. Overtime amounts, see the,
Might be here, might be somewhere else. Some of those part-times, as we curtail the leaf collection, I'm not sure if it'd be here or somewhere, probably in roads that we see the drop in.
oh, I would think that the roads are sanitation.
But so some of these part-times were,
Well,
because the
drop.
leaf collection is kind of spread all over. So
And one thing too, that you'll hear probably echoed in this department more than any other, as we talked about, continuing the conversation yesterday. The time module that we have makes it a lot easier to track where our employees are spending our time. One thing that would very likely happen between this year and next year is an appropriate allocation of our people into the right funds. Right now, we've got a strategy that we think holds up, based on some broader assumptions. But we'll know who spends their time on this versus the garage versus solid waste versus water and sewer versus water and sewer, or major local. So there's a good chance that we'll see some of these shift away, or partially or fully into other departments too. So might as well state it off the top, but it's gonna be a running theme throughout all of Public Works.
and it used to be tracked that way.
Yeah, used to be tracked.
It changed recently and then adjustments are kind of made at the end of the year, but with this, yeah, it was getting very cumbersome because, one person could work across multiple funds in a 2-week period. So, but now with the timesheet module, it's gonna be very easy to do that. So we're gonna adjust that back, right, Stan?
That's the next project.
Yep.
And Sean, I should say that if it's easier, but if there's one that has not changed, you're feel free to keep going, but kind of dealer's choice, whatever you like.
And if you notice next to the part-time, it has a number of hours there. That's kind of a guessing how many hours you're gonna spend in that department. But that same part-time employee would be in 101, 202, 226. They're all over depending on what they're doing that day. So they build all over. So it's not, every time you see a part-time employee, that's not an additional part-time employee. That's just some hours at that person.
Based on tasks. So, yeah, I think it's-
Uniforms is a little bump in uniforms there. It's amazing how much things are going up. Uniforms, these cost us. Bucks a year. Our fuel and oil, fuel is trending down right now, but on the 3-year average, diesel's up pretty high the last few years. So we're still running that 3-year average. We don't know what the next season's gonna bring. We're down to 101, 441, 931, building maintenance. We have some changes there. We've got the new office, which kind of changed our needs for cleaning and alarm monitoring, fire suppression monitoring. The big one on that one is some electrical upgrades. When we did the renovation, we upgraded the panels and stuff, some of the stuff internal related to the office. Service coming into the building is like a 200 amp service, which is residential homes now have the same size service. If we're ever to look at upgrading electric vehicles, that service is not spice. So this would be looking at the exterior portion, the actual drop coming in, doing that kind of stuff.
Since you mentioned electric vehicles, is that I think I ask this every year. Is that something we continue to look at? If it's the time yet?
Yes. I actually looked at, there was some grants available for electric sweepers, street sweepers, fully electric. The cost was about 3 times what traditionally had, and right now we're not equipped for it. New technology, at least in the sweeper world. Pickups, I can see some pickups coming our way. Yeah, it's something we're always looking at. I think one way or another, it's gonna end up in our laps, but better get ahead of the curve. Right now, they're giving out a lot of grant money. You'd be charging infrastructure. You jump to 101-441-960 professional development. That's taking a jump. We've got a lot of our staff recently retired, and we've got about half our staff that's eligible or close to retiring. So we got a lot of new faces and really want to get these guys trained for the next generation. If we lose our old timers now, it's a lot of knowledge walking to keep these guys trained.
John, if you don't mind, there's a couple of acronyms in there. You want to expand on the acronyms?
Oh, the APWA, that's the American Public Works Association. They have a road scholar program with that it's more field related. Tree trimming, setting grades, all kinds of different things. It's once a week for 3 years. So they have to go to the hotel, Mount Pleasant, to spend a week there. And it's pretty intense training. It's usually anywhere from 8 to 10 hours a day that they're training. MPSI training is at the same location as put on by APWA as well. That's more of a leadership training. Same type deal. It's pretty intense, but a very good class. I haven't been through the Road Scholar, but I was through the MPSI, and it was I highly recommend anybody go with that. If you move down to memberships, which is 101-441-803. There was a change there. That was mainly the EPWA membership for all the staff that allows them a lot more resources. Training and online books, videos, that kind of thing to just get up to date on practices. We got to jump in custodial a little bit because the new office we have a little higher standard for the new offices than we did the old ones. That is more for them to clean. Contractual services. There we have a DNR forestry grant. Basically the matching funds for that. Like that again, see if we get it. Unfortunately, we didn't get it last year, but we're trying it this year.
That I wanted to highlight 2 things. It's we don't spend it if we don't get the grant. And recently learned that we're able to apply, at least to some of these grant, volunteer hours. So to make the match, we might not need the full $15,000. So the tree board has started recording their volunteer hours, and who's our beautification liaison?
Dan?
I don't know if we have one.
Okay, so the beautification committee liaison, that might be something, if they're doing anything even tangentially related to trees.
Yeah.
They might want to start, I'll reach out to Jess, so.
Yeah.
Go down to utilities. We're seeing it's hard to tell, it looks like we're trending down a little bit. New office is insulated a lot better.
Any questions so far?
Okay. Go to 101-441-914. That's liability insurance for underground storage tank.
Yes, that will be adjusted this year. I haven't done it yet.
Okay.
But-
But yeah,
you know,
it'd be
you can count
zero
it
cost
twice.
now. I don't know if it's what it's at.
Oh, wait, is that now or is that going forward?
That's
Or it has?
for 23-24. So we've already got that policy in place, the free one. So
Oh, we
take that
do?
out. Yeah, we got a free policy through Eagle, which will cover us until our first accidental spill. After that, it won't cover us.
Yeah.
But
Okay, so I knew
We'll
you
take it in
were
the meantime.
yeah,
applying, but I didn't know. So for both those years that it's down to zero?
no, zero.
And this year will be adjusted. You can see that it's a big jump. It says 11,266. And it's been an ongoing thing where that storage tank has gone into storage tank. And then it's been hit again with the regular insurance. So I know I have to move that out, and it'll decrease 101 a little bit because that'll be spread over the, you know, other funds. That difference of 5,000 or whatever, that's double it.
So with that cover, for that Eagle coverage could go year over year over year. Like,
Yep,
until there's an
every year,
accident or
until
lose.
you're, until there's a spill. It's kind of wild that they would insure it like that. But
Yeah.
it's made, we've got to make sure, we had to prove that we could afford the $2,000 or $3,000 deductible policy. But other than that, they cover us.
And then if there's a problem and we get a new storage tank, we can start all over again. right?
Yeah. Yeah, once you replace the tank, you can start over.
That's a big savings.
Yes.
Probably the projected activity should be updated to match the activity.
No, the activity needs to be addressed.
That's in,
Yes,
okay,
that's gonna be,
even better.
it'll be in half, it'll be 5,000 something, and the rest of it will be spread across the different funds. It will not go into the general fund. So that will be corrected.
Building improvements, 1976. Got some perimeter wall repairs and some railings in the garage this year. 24-25 got some. I'm sorry, we have some railings this year, 24-25, the salt dome and some perimeter wall replacement.
It's all done.
You know, salt-
Keeps coming up.
Never kicking that down the road. We're doing right now a kind of site overview. We're gonna replace the dome. We want to make sure it's the right shape, the right size, and in the right spot. Where it's at now, the round dome, at one time, it maybe made sense, but today's standard doesn't make sense.
And you know how many different entities are relying on to open that dome?
Yeah, we've got Berkley Schools, City of Huntington Woods, and us. Store all salt for all three.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'd asked this in the wall repair, are these deferrable? And no, it's,
Yeah.
we've got to do them.
They have been in the past.
Yeah.
They've been deferrable for probably close to a decade. Yeah.
Yeah, when we get that new, when we get that new salt dome, we gotta have a party. Because I've been seeing that for a little bit. I'm waiting.
With that, would one of the other entities want it or no?
It's not something that they could really move.
Store.
Yeah, and it's you know, it's pretty big. And
Yeah, they would want to build their own and us use theirs.
I would really love that they would do that. Honestly, we've had the discussion internally. Do we want to build a dome big enough to house everybody else's salt? I don't think they want to do that. We're gonna pay that cost. It should be to house our salt.
And that had brought up something I thought of. If we do house other people's salt and we're, you know, charging them for it like we have in the past, there should be a premium for the,
Storage.
not just administration, but, you know, covering the relevant part of the storage and stuff. Yeah, so, you know, so when we negotiate those contracts, if we continue doing that, keep that in mind.
Yeah, those are out this year.
Like, yeah, they're short durations. They're like every other year or something like that.
Go down to equipment. This year we have asphalt roller and a line painting machine. Current one's pretty old. Currently do not have an asphalt roller. And then 24-25, a landscape trailer that is. I wish I knew the year on it. It's got to be.
there's, John and I were looking this week about potentially purchasing the asphalt roller and some things that have a direct benefit to the roads out of the 202, 203 accounts. Again, we try not to go to that tree very often. We want every dime of those monies going into the road surface itself.
Thank you.
But this is the equipment that services those roads and would make it within reach for us to do a lot more in-house. So there's absolutely a justifiable connection between the need for the device and the allocation from the states. It's a way to deliver this to the community without the general fund impact.
And while you're mentioning that, we've done a similar strategy with solid waste refuse to keep these down. The general fund subsidizes the equipment, not the actual fees people are paying, at least in the past.
Correct.
We also have 24-25, the replacement for standby generator. Originally had the rough chip on there, but being the changes that are proposed, probably have to push on that. Trailer or replacement, hot asphalt trailer. And then a cold planer, which we also thought on moving to 202 that allow us to mill sections of asphalt off, place them. Do some of that work in house. Go to 101-441-985 vehicles. Got a your final small F-550 swap loader and a 3/4 ton pickup in 23-24, and then 24-25 we have 2 3/4 ton pickups, which I believe we're going to push out.
Sean, you want to know one of these is going to end up in this budget year, right?
Yeah.
This account.
We have the 1 3/4 ton pickup. The expected delivery date was 180 days. It's already built.
Yeah. Which is
But
the
we have-
exact opposite of the experience we've had.
Yeah. But I've got trucks that have been on order. Well, one has been 2 years.
Yeah.
It's still on here.
So that's gonna be in 22-23 instead?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that'll be reflected in projected activity, but it will be a reduction to 23-24.
For the 3/4 ton or the 65?
Mhm.
The 65?
Wow.
That's it for the
Yeah,
four-
great.
four-
It's not expected.
Mhm.
442. See an increase in full-time employees. We finally filled that second mechanic slot. We probably have a couple years, I think. Which also drives the increase in uniforms. Go down the field for supplies, it's pretty much standard there. There is an increase in tools. You got the second mechanic to get equipped. Also, some of our subscriptions. And a lot of our service advisor, John, your service advisor allows us to actually plug a laptop in and see what's going on. That covers our loaders, backhoes, actually action on the street sweeper, anything that John Deere powered. Vehicle maintenance, we've got a little uptick in outside repairs. You know, we've got 2 guys there, but they're both great. Some stuff we have to send out, and I'm seeing in the future, the way vehicles are going, especially electric vehicles, we're gonna see more of that and back to dealer. We just can't afford the software to keep up on all these different vehicles.
And to Councilmember Hennon's previous point, you'll notice the footnote in there, shifting things away from solid waste into general funds to try to, again, keep that department as solvent as possible.
I mean, the vehicle maintenance.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Go down to equipment. We've got scheduled for this year. A 4-post twice drive-on alignment rack. This would actually replace the current ground hoist that was installed when the building was built back in the 50s. It still works. It probably works really well on a vehicle from 50, but nowadays, way bar, you know, it really doesn't fit the need. it's outlived its useful life. 70 years old. Then 24, 25. A 2-post, just above ground 2-post hoist. What we're finding is parts are getting harder and harder to get. So you have vehicles out of service, maybe tore the front end apart, stuck on the hoist. You can't get parts for 3-4 days.
Yeah.
Kind of stuff. With 2 guys in there, we're running into that where they're battling over the hoist a little bit. Four, 4, 2, we have 4, 4, 6.
Any questions real quick before we move on to? No, you're good. Thanks.
4, 4, 6 is street lighting. The numbers we see here, we actually received a grant for LED conversions to convert the rest of our lights over. These numbers do not reflect the conversion rate. I don't know how busy DT is, how long it's gonna take from get everything converted. So we would pay these rates until it got converted. They really ding this. It was about a 9% increase, and it was just because of our dirty lights. The LED lights didn't take that much of a jump. The old mercury vapors or stuff we had left. That's what we had. So this will change once we get the LED conversions done.
Questions for
Well, I do, just so with this grant, the 214,609, that'll be paid back by the grant.
No, this here is just what we pay DT to keep the lights on.
Okay.
That's just our energy.
Electricity, okay,
Yeah,
so when we
that'll
convert
come
that,
down.
will
Yeah.
I see.
It's about a 3-year payback for the conversion. We'll see that on the next page. When you go to 202, it's about a 3-year payback to get our money back. And that's without the grant. So with the grant, we're basically at the first year. So we go to 202, major streets.
Under special revenues, there's the first one under special revenues.
Yeah, whenever you're ready. All right, thanks.
There are 51 revenue, not much has changed there. We did see 202-001-556 state grants. We got a grant for 108,000 for the LED conversion. (202-001-642). This is where we recognize sold to other communities. Side. Go to 202-464. Find our labor. Numbers. Did that bump the uniforms again?
Sean, you know, those are driven by contractual obligations.
Yeah.
It's not just something we don't just like our guys look at spiffy, it's written right into the collective bargaining agreement.
Thank you for answering that earlier for me. Same question, so I'm glad you answered it publicly, thank you.
That covers
Sean
their
took over.
rain gear, their winter coats, boots, all that kind of stuff.
And they need it anyway.
Yeah.
Supplies, got a bump in road supplies. Things we're buying, full patch and stone, of course, that's taking a bump as well. Crushed concrete has really gone up. If you can get it, last year we had a hard time getting it, I think I 75 was eating up most of it.
Good use of funds there. My own editorial, sorry.
Oh,
It wasn't anything you did.
Yeah.
More lanes, we need more
Yeah,
lanes, that'll
exactly.
solve the world's problems.
You got street maintenance operations and contractual. We're gonna actually dial the spray patch back a little bit and increase the concrete repairs. Same with the ADA ramps. Got some engineering.
Sam. Sean, I did share with council, and Lansing, as we were on, we were talking about the proper installation of, those sidewalk panels.
Yes.
And you opened my eyes to the way they should probably be done, and probably be installed, and the importance of doing them right. I did pass that knowledge on to these gentlemen.
And now I can't look at one
And now I look
that
at
is
it.
not appropriately placed. So thank you,
How many are
guys.
installed it properly?
Yes.
They're
Yeah.
not in this city, in every city. That's
Yeah.
Crazy.
And that's accepted by, I'm not specs, that's
Yeah.
accepted.
Yeah, I'd say an engineer will tell you it meets specs.
Well, it's not.
So thank you for sharing that with us. I can never unsee them. So every single one I look now and most are incorrectly placed, not here, I just around everywhere.
Yeah, it's one of my pet peeves.
A new one of mine.
Yeah. On the engineering section, you have, some engineering for spray patch. They help us out with our FAC applications, phaser ratings, that kind of thing. And then the water main right now, actually, might be type, we've got the Wilshire last year, but our next water main and road project. And the footnotes there, where it says Wilshire.
Yeah, I got it already. Thank you.
Okay. And if you go down a little more, the construction major streets, that's where Wilshire would come in. We're gonna try and fund Wilshire out of major roads and infrastructure money. Help the water fund out a little bit.
I know we had some concerns on getting the parts on time. How are we doing that?
They swear they're gonna have them, they got a pipe on, we got a schedule, they're supposed to have pipe by the beginning of June. Their fittings by the second week of June, and all the rings and covers for August. We should have put them on the right timeline. I would really love to see them on site. But we made it pretty clear that if it's late, if it gets approved and they're late, we're not going for another, we want to go for another carryover project.
That's an consideration tomorrow. Vendor selection.
If I may, I just want to point out that this is not the same vendor that did the Kenmore Road project, so that should tell you mostly what you need to know.
Not that good. Did not turn out good.
It's not the best experience we've had now.
If you give me a timeline, you could state the timeline.
Yeah.
Or give me an update.
Okay.
Put it nicely.
Anyway,
That's it.
464.
Any questions for Sean on that or? Are you ready?
466. This is street sweeping here. Not a whole lot's changed. We've moved to mainly overnight sweeping, which sounds counterproductive, but it actually saves us while we're spending overtime dollars to do it. It cuts about 12 hours off the route each time we do it. Mainly it's traffic, cars, but we would start out as basically continuous sweeps. We start, say if we start 7 in the morning, that sweeper runs 24 hours straight. So in a lot of the overnight, no parking at 2 to 6. And what we do is we rotate sections each cycle. So we'll start section 1. So somewhere in that cycle, that 4 to 5 sections. Somewhere in 5 weeks, sweeper's gone by your house between 2 and 6. And hopefully it hasn't gone down your street every time going back to the yard. That's the only time we get complaints, because they pick the same street every time, try and make sure they rotate the traveling. You see in vehicles or contractual services, that's mainly a contingency number. We've been hauling directly to Sacra, but if we ever get to the point where they won't take it,
So we're getting rid of it somewhere else. And then in vehicles, in 24-25, looking at replacing the old Elgin Pelican sweeper.
I wanted to just highlight, we don't do this just to make those streets look good. We do this to keep crap out of the sewers that then increase the maintenance and cleaning costs of the sewers more than this would cost.
Even we're doing catch basin cleanings right now. And we're rotating that every other year. For us to be able to go every other year and take out the amount of debris we're taking, it really shows that the street sweeping is helping every bit we can get off the street. Something's happening on the store.
Any questions on street sweeping?
468, street trees. With the increase here in program supplies, we're looking to increase the number of trees from 200 to 250 in plantings.
Yeah, I wanted to suggest a few things here. We might, to save some money, cut back the number, but I know we've already sent mailings out. So, you know, in a future thing, you know, we need to end the free program and start charging again. I don't think we can do that this year because we've already had people start signing up already for, you know, this coming up year, but for the next budget year, but there might, you know, trees take such a long time to grow, but planting fewer, you know, if we need to.
Yeah.
The only other thing I was thinking, same with that, like how Parks and Rec, you know, you could buy your bench, maybe see if people want to buy trees and donate them, or, you know, a memory, or just to have, or something, you know, like maybe not the sign on the tree, but, you know, tell them where it was planted and they can go visit the tree.
You want to address that?
We had, for many years, we had a tribute tree program. The problem is, when you ask where are all the tribute trees, nobody knows where they're all at. We have an idea where most of them are at. And then when something gets removed, you're dealing with a grieving widow or a grieving mother, that was a tree they planted for their son or daughter or husband that passed.
So maybe not have a specific tree that they contribute to a fund where 50 trees would be planted.
We still have that as a tree fund. So now they can donate, but it goes not to a specific tree.
Sorry, not to a bench, 50 benches.
Have we had, that's a very recent change we did. Have we had anyone donate since we changed that?
Not that I've seen reaching out to us, not that I've contacted my office.
We haven't advertised it yet.
I have one chop shop call.
Okay.
Sent it out. That was a while ago, so maybe they didn't call. Maybe didn't follow up.
Yeah, perhaps not.
You know, the contractual services, that's where we pay J start forestry. Got a breakdown of their average hours and what their process is, you know, trimming, logging, removals, stump grinding. Questions? 468.
We're good. Thanks.
469. This is catch basins, just some program supplies, and then contractual services. That's just the hauling, removal of catch basin debris. That's another contingency number. We'll only use that right now. Soccer's been a great partner for us. When they stop, if they choose not to accept it, then we'll have to find another way, but still want to leave a number there just in case. Sure. Every once in a while you get a load that's they really don't want it. You gotta haul somewhere else.
Question. No.
471 is grass and weeds. Not a lot of changes there. The only change I see is if you go to 471818, we added a little bit for soft surface restoration. So that's just the grass that we do a sidewalk or something later on.
Need to store that grass for homeowner. Maybe not attributable to a water job or something else, but gives us some regular work with that.
Yeah,
So, I see here, we also had it under DPW earlier, fertilization for the grass and weed control, and is that, how necessary is that?
Good, pull that out. This is, the only places we do that is Coolidge, north of 12, and then at the DPW yard. Good example is drive up Coolidge and wait till you hit Webster. See the difference. That's always the example I use.
It's green to yellow real fast.
That's our.
So it is a gateway to the city, and it does make a.
Yeah.
That is something.
Yeah. Okay.
Four, 7, 5, the street signs. So there's street sign replacements here. Go to 475, 922. There's the 160,000 for the LED conversions. So we're gonna capture 108 of that, the grant. So the difference is 52,000 between the actual cost there. Equipment maintenance, that's generally stuff we pay to Oakland County, maintain our traffic lights. Yeah. Go to 475,818, tractable services. That's where the long line painting, we do pay the county Coolidge and part of 11 Mile. And then some of the street signs, with the fire lane study that public safety did, the street sign replacements there. Put that on there as well. Any questions on 475?
What's that?
478, winter maintenance. Not a whole lot there. That's our salt and drying usage. That's all weather dependent. Just kind of use a running average to find out what it is. It can swing quite a bit depending on the year.
I think this might be a place to look, not big cuts, but like maybe 4 inches instead of 3, or I think that's where our cutoff is, or you know, if it's gonna melt the next day, we need it. I think most of the time those conditions won't be triggered though, but that might be as a, I don't know if we have a written policy on when we go out and do snow removal activities, but that might be something to consider.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, Sean, but that document exists as guidance for public safety when they trigger a call to public works, right?
Generally, they'll call whenever it's getting slick out, we'll start the salt process. And we're generally looking at the weather way in advance, what's coming. The only time that if it's under 3 or 4 inches and we're seeing a cold snap coming, we want to get that snow off the road, the ice, and that's what costs you more in salt. That does labor. But if it's going to be warm the next day, for the next couple days, it's always a fine line. The weatherman's gonna be right or not.
Yeah.
So we're going on that. But
Never easy to predict the future.
yep.
Great job to have, because you can be wrong and.
Yeah.
Any questions on 478? We're good. 43 street administration. Which leads us to 203. 203 is going to be almost a mirror, 70-30 split. With little major. It's like every year we transfer what we can from major roads into local to help subsidize local roads.
And Act 51 does provide guidance on what's allowable and what's not.
You're gonna see the same items in 203. The only thing that's really gonna be different from the 70-30 split is the street lighting. Street lighting was only in major roads. We captured all that. In major roads, we can pay for the repairs and maintenance, but we cannot pay the actual electric bill. But that's why that's numbers. We'll see an increase in concrete repairs, a large increase in concrete repairs. I think that number was pretty light in the past. A lot of roads that need repairs. We see that increase there. Any questions on 203, 464? Same as street sweeping 466. Yeah, 468 street trees. Nothing really much has changed there.
And just
Same as 202, it's just split.
Right.
wanted to point out one thing you clarified for me on street sweeping. That equipment rental, we're running it from ourselves,
Yeah,
from
it's an internal.
one fund to the other, as a transfer mechanism to bring more, so.
That's number, MDOT has a Schedule C rate, so that number, it's basically the replacement cost and the maintenance cost rolled into one. And they're trying to capture that. If you had a typical motor pool, that's how one fund motor pool. That would be that's your basically replacement going back to general fund.
All right, Bridget, I should add, do you have anything so far? Sorry, I know we jumped a little bit, but.
No, you're fine. I was getting dizzy from that screen for a minute. But no, I mean, I was gonna say this at the end, but I can say it now. It's just mind-boggling to me, all of the things that fall under our Department of Public Works, and a lot of the things that they do aren't seen or heard, but they're out there doing it in all kinds of weather. That bunch over there, and not to say that others in the city don't, but they have such pride in our town. And I think, when they go out and do the things that they do for maintenance, upkeep, improving, like you can tell it's reflected in their work. And so, Sean, you're doing a great job and you have a really solid crew. It reflects your leadership. And so, with the wind not at our backs, I appreciate, you sharpening your pencil too. But I know that was sort of like end of the portion comment, but I mean, you asked, it's, I'm not going to turn that opportunity down, but, it's just every year I go into budget work sessions thinking, when that binder is on my front porch and I bring it in and I'm like, oh, because it's a giant thing, right? And we do have time to go through it. I'm not saying that, but these nights, I know they're long and drawn out, but it really is a great opportunity for communication and explanation and seeing what truly matters to a department. And, I'm appreciative of all the work you do. So thank you.
You got the wind at your back for the second part, the continued part of your.
203 is this.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah, trees.
Yeah.
Yes.
468 street trees, yeah. That's gonna look really similar to 202. Same 70-30 split. Same with 469 and catch basins. And 471 with grass and weeds.
Any questions or anything? All good. Yep.
475 street signs. Gonna be the same, but the same split. Same with 478 winter maintenance. Any questions on 203? In general? 226. solid waste. On the revenue side, the only change I'm seeing here really is commercial trash. We're looking at changing the way we handle commercial trash. Right now, it's an optional program. It's very confusing. Businesses move in and out. I personally witnessed a lot of businesses that are not on the program put the trash out, Berkley fixed up. What we're looking at doing is mirroring our residential policy where everybody gets a standard charge for pickup. Commercial and residential will get the standard charge. That'll cover a hand stop up to a 2-yard rear load dumpster for the same rate. Anything above and beyond that would be something they have a contract on their own.
This also covers the public trash cans provided for all along our commercial districts as well. So it better covers those costs, since those can't be assessed to an individual. Like, we don't just say it's special assessment for the person nearest to it. It's covered generally by everybody. And so this better quality across the board for providing that service.
This would be billed by meter, by water meter. So you may have 2 or 3 businesses that share the same meter, but that's would be one charge for that meter.
I have a question. What is special trash?
Special trash, we have, and down here, that's the carts, sale of the 90 to 96 gallon carts.
So
Okay.
it just reflects the profit after what we purchase is in the expense.
Yep.
And then at the end of the year, I do an adjustment based on what's left in inventory.
Okay.
So it's just, so that this is just really the profit that is made.
Okay. Thank you.
So, which is not much. I mean, we
Yeah, we don't
don't,
make a whole lot.
no,
Actually, I think it's, if we deliver them to the houses,
yeah,
then I think it's easier for us, but it cleans up, you're not having all those bags out there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for
it's
sure.
I think, am I saying correctly, the trash itself is not special or unique in any way? It's not like
Right.
polluted or, I mean, it's not polluted or have to treat it differently or quarantined anyway. It's the accounting for it is what's special.
yes.
Got it. Got it. Okay. Thank you for the clarification. And then I know we talked last night a little bit about citywide recycling, but sort of the gateway to that was the social district and having the cups and having those recycling bins out. Is that something that would come under DPW, or is that a different mechanism for that?
I think we're exploring options for the DDA to cover those costs.
Yes. that
Got
would-
it. Okay, then never mind.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Back on that commercial trash, that moved to commercial trash, that number of 38,072 actually increases to about 187,000
Like that.
cubic caption for commercial trash.
So that should be 187.
187,029.
Right, because right now it was based on what we were billing, 80 units at 37.77 a week. Or per month. So now everyone's gonna get billed. And it's also gonna go on the water bill.
Yeah, go right on the water bill.
So we were billing it separately in finance. And then every 3 months, it went on their water bill anyway if it wasn't paid. So now it's just all gonna be done by them. So
But we're gonna see a cost side in, no? Okay,
When I talked
No.
to Sakura again today, they're gonna absorb that cost. Which is amazing here, but we shouldn't see that. At least this year, we shouldn't see that cost. Maybe for next year, but this year, we shouldn't see that cost.
And they're doing it now anyways.
Yeah,
I mean,
Tringale's picking it up now anyway.
Right.
Now Sakura's gonna have to pay them for it. And it's clear when someone calls, hey, they can pick up my trash. The current thing is, go through the list. Well, you're not on the list. Or it was the other business that's on the list. Well, they picked it up for the past 3 years. You haven't been paying for it. You know, they finally-
right, it's easier for you guys than.
Yeah,
Police.
now we know everybody's on it. They call.
Yeah.
Get on the phone with Tringale to pick it up.
So it'll be a call service for pickup. It won't be a weekly pickup.
No, it'd be a weekly pickup. We picked up on the.
Same as the
Around
trash.
the Friday, Friday.
Okay.
Be a weekly pickup. Anything above that 2 yard reel, if it's a front load can, they're gonna have to call and get that
Okay.
separately, but. Everybody will hit that charge and that'll help offset the street cans.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a significant amount, that's awesome. Thank you.
Yeah,
Looking into that.
Big change.
And
And
going back up to residential trash, that's not reflected on what we have here, but that's where some of where the yard waste tag revenue that we're exploring will end up to help start.
That would probably be in this, I would think, coming in the special trash.
Yeah.
Yard waste tags.
I think, yeah, the account number I had, I think it fell into special trash.
Okay, but it's in this, okay.
Yeah, so it's not in. this
it's not in
version,
here.
But,
You didn't add. you
yeah,
didn't
no,
add-
it was, because this came out April 21st.
Right.
This is part of the memo that came out more recently.
Anything else?
No, thank you for that.
Down to. 528, front side. Lots of street trims on this. This is where you're gonna see our labor. Primarily, our labor is in fall leaf collection. We talked about cutting that down, so that would potentially reduce labor costs.
Part of what I referenced earlier, like these labor positions were moved out of this account because it wasn't able to fund them. But that's not as reflective of where our guys spend their time. Their guys spend a ton of time working in this realm, and they should be reflected as such.
If you go back to 16, 17, that labor number is a lot higher than this year. With that, reduced leaf season. Should be reducing the overtime for that. Part that scares me with reducing leaf season is if you narrow that window down. That mass of leaves that you had a longer time to pick up, you still have that mass of leaves, so it's gonna be a little challenging to get them all out. Cutting it in half doesn't mean we're cutting the number of runs in half. I think the number of runs we can make it through is gonna be even less than that. We probably like to make it twice. Just because the volume, there's a period even now where it takes us 2 weeks to get through because that mass drop. If we hold off on that, we're hitting all at the same time, it's probably gonna take us 2.5, 3 weeks to get through once. That final cleanup pass.
Do you think that people will bag more because we're not, I mean, I know my neighbors can't stand those leaves being in the street.
Yeah, there's people that'll bag them, but I think a lot of people are gonna hold on to them. We're gonna need a lot of education and enforcement just to get people out of the routine.
And I'll mention, I've wondered how to communities do it. And, as we have to look at additional cuts in the future years, found several other communities, Southfield being the closest ones, that do no mass leaf pickup, only bags. And I asked, how well does it work for you? And they say it works pretty well. So, that they don't have significant compliance problems. And it doesn't cause significant problems with sewers and backups and that sort of thing. It being a transition, it'll definitely require a huge, if we get that route, it'll definitely require a huge education component and probably a rocky start, but it's working well for other communities.
Yeah, and I kind of got the same. I thought Hazel Park was one of them. I talked to the DPW director that was there when they made the switch. So there was a disaster. After that, it was great. First year was pretty rough.
Yeah, transition is hard.
So this transition maybe a good start. You're not dropping everything at once. And cut back a little bit and reevaluate.
So we go this route, pulling any tips from Hazel Park is it would be helpful.
They did it, they just cut it off altogether and people still rake from the street, they just stay there all winter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which causes us other issues.
Yeah,
Plowing.
They end up
It caused many issues.
plowed back into their.
Well, it all back up, springtime when they were still there in spring, yeah, mess, it was pretty ugly. Not a look you want for your community. It's uniforms. This would also be where brush route comes from, 2 to 6, so labor for brush route.
Would we, in a storm situation and street trees that drop branches, not private trees, but street trees, they can still pick those up?
Yeah, if it's a street tree, it's a big branch, we come get it.
Smaller branch, probably.
Smaller branch, we're probably gonna ask for your weight back. Okay. It's a big branch. We're gonna get it, and at that point, we're gonna, normally if it's a street tree drops a big limb, we go grab it and we're sending hard out to reevaluate the tree and see that tree's.
So it's essentially gonna be if it's a travel impediment or a safety issue, we step in, and otherwise we won't.
Yeah, if it's something that's truly for the chipper, we'll come grab it. A lot of the stuff we pick up for the chipper is technically undersized. Or a single stick, something that's easy to put in your waste bag, big stuff we have to get. I wouldn't expect the homeowner to grab that. You go over to 226-528-818, that's the collection side. It's about 65% of our collection and just of our trash number is the collection side. Do those numbers there. Then 528-818-003 is the disposal side. Both of these are numbers that we pay SACRA. They're estimating a 5% increase this year on the collection side, 4.5% on the disposal side. That's something that we would pass through. Then you see the contingency number for brush disposal, 528-818. Right now, we're hauling that either to Hart or out to the soccer compost site. It's a number just in case we ever get in a bind and we can't haul that material. Questions so far? So the next one is just the benefit. That should be up by 226. Which brings us to 313.
Our capital project. Okay.
So, yeah.
That's the for the road replacement, which
Yes.
Yeah, so under your capital project funds, past the court fund, it's the next one up.
Thanks.
You know, as a, you know, something that might help us in 3 years, for the Luddites that use paper, is deliberate in order of that we're gonna go through with, and then we just go through.
Yeah, see, that means you have to, it's always impossible to do, because you have to print different sections. I mean, do you know what I mean?
Your totals become difficult.
Yeah.
To track.
And they don't always go through order, like,
Yeah.
they might jump around.
Okay.
That's the whole problem, but
How did you get page numbers up?
it's.
Matt mysteriously got us the page number. It's way easier to do the.
I didn't generate a report. I don't know. I got the same, I thought I posted the same report that we put into the book, but one had page numbers and one didn't.
I like the bait jumps. Thank you.
Yeah, I do too. They're incredibly handy.
Okay,
Well, let's jump back, let's jump back.
Yeah, but
We can make
yours go-
improvements next year.
in order, fund order, I mean, because this is all split up. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it was all,
Sent you.
it went, he sent me everything, so it was everybody's, and I had to pick out what sections I wanted.
Right, but it's all in order.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, I think that's different, because this is all broke up
I don't know.
when you print it,
Yeah.
you know.
313.
So 313. Yep.
Sorry. So this is where the other half of the wheelchair project would come from. Got engineering for this year. 300,000 and then 150,000 for 24-25. So we're gonna fund the other half of the wheelchair water main project out of here. 23-24. The project for 24-25 is still to be determined. We're looking at changing how we do things, maybe do a lot more mill and overlays, maybe some looping projects. So smaller, much smaller water main projects and some mill overlays that will cover some more ground.
By looping project, you mean connecting sections of water main,
Yes.
when there's a break.
Yeah.
We can keep water flowing.
Keep water flowing, it
You'll get
improves water quality a little bit. I've got some sections, maybe some new homes went in and they required them to put in a new section of main. Well, that only went 3/4 of the way down the block. Finished that last section.
And this is an area that we don't have fund balance. If we were accumulating fund balances to pull off a project, so we don't have a minimum set for this one.
Any questions on this for?
We always, we
470.
skip the revenues, right? The revenue comes from the taxes, you know, it's before that. Did we even go on that?
Maybe the revenue, but yeah, it's
So it's just in the property taxes, investment earnings on the fund.
I think we're down to 185 after 5 years. From a millage standpoint. Check on that real quick.
That'd be a useful footnote in the future on, well, property tax revenues.
Yeah, you're at 1.8507 mils, down from the original 2 that voters approved.
Oh, you mean a footnote?
Yeah, that just says what the millage is for that year,
Okay.
you know. And maybe previous years we could see, yeah, this is how much we're getting screwed.
Yes.
We're getting less and less.
Yep.
Okay, sorry, 470,
470.
next one.
On the revenue side, here's where we're capturing the revenue for the sidewalk replacement program. $470,938. So we're funding the sidewalk program. We're looking at this year, finishing out section 1, it's our last section. There's kind of a reason we saved this one for last. We knew this was going to be a section with the between trees and sidewalks. It's going to be our worst section. So we tried to save this one for last, trying to protect the program before we got there. For 24-25, we're looking at taking a break for a year, collecting some more of the revenues and looking at what the program would look like to start back up again. We want to continue with the same protocol we had / program, or we want to change it up.
There's some process improvements we'd like to make, not necessarily in the actual construction itself, but to the billing cycles, the way we communicate to people, the options that we offer them. There's some lessons learned that we want to incorporate, but it didn't feel fair to change so whole scale from the first year to the 5th year, and give, the last section, just by virtue of being the last section, a completely different set of options. So break, satisfy the rest of the special assessments that are multi-year, and then again, implement another 5-year program that is consistent for all those 5 years.
So a couple of comments. Let's see. So we take the year break. Well, money's going to be coming in from what we fund. Is this going forward, is it going to be self-funded based on, or is it still going to require transfers in from general fund?
I think you'll still see periodic transfers in from general fund.
You know, and one thing I'd hoped, you know, we wanted the city to be able to cover it up. I was hoping with the millage, we'd be able to then cover this instead of having residents pay, but you know, that's off the table. Then the one last thing, a lot of people are worried about trees destroying the sidewalk. Please take my tree, so it won't, don't give me a tree, but we've learned from DNR a potential just pretty cheap change in the sidewalk building that will not eliminate, but reduce a lot of the heaving we see from trees. So, you know, I think we're considering doing that going forward to help reduce those problems going forward.
I heard there was some good news on that front. Yeah. And this is an area too, people sometimes will ask, on tree removals, we are still utilizing the consulting arborist to view the Jay Hart's initial impressions of it. Just because there was some concern about judge, jury, and executioner all being one entity. So they have the consulting arborist, completely unrelated. They come in, they don't even come in with the same notes. They have no prior knowledge of what Hart did. And they're largely have agreed. There's, I think only this year, there's been a couple of instances where I think there may be some different options, but it's been a nice communication tool to say, it's not just Hart, but we have two different arborists look at these things.
The cost is pretty minimal.
Oh, yeah.
It's under $1,000
for the whole year.
Yeah. Hard does it, they don't charge us any, I don't think he charges any, there's no time to do it. Second arborist, I think it's $1,000. She looked at our trees.
There's some complaints about healthy trees being taken down.
The idea of the healthy trees can be deceiving. There are the species that we have largely will give every exterior indication that they're healthy, right up until they fall over.
Right.
Right, Mike, you guys all good on that? Okay.
Okay. 519?
Naturally.
Yeah, that's your enterprise, red tab, water
red
sewer
tab.
fund.
On the revenue side, here's where we'll. All the revenues, how we figure the revenues, what we talked. We're at 6 or 10.
Well, it's a point of conversation for council this evening. What we have in here for you recommended is 6% increase, but still with a $1.2 million shortfall, largely driven by lead line services. I'd asked Sean to take a look at some alternatives, even up to 10% increase. That number has a ton of shock value, but it raises about $313,000 additional in revenues for us. So in the grand scheme of things, it does not take any kind of sizable bite out of the amount that we have. We would still have about $950,000 shortfall in that fund. That fund obviously can't sustain year over year over year impacts like this. So if we look at potentially as 2 subsequent years of 10% increases, we're hoping to close that gap. But we are really, I mean, unless we start foregoing a lot of our other capital projects, and we don't really have the system that can do that. We need to try to find some other additional revenue, whether it's state revenues, to try to understand or get our arms wrapped around the issue that we have with lead line service replacements and trying to keep up with the state's mandates for those. I wish we had some better news for you guys, but if we were to fully fund this, I mean, it would take 3 times that amount. You'd probably looking at a 35% increase to actually fully fund the needs that we have. And I don't know if that's the right thing to do to our community, but you know, not having a sustainable enterprise fund is also not the right thing to do with the community. So we're faced with 2 very difficult situations here.
So just to recap a few years ago, we were doing fine. And then the noble, but completely unfunded and incredibly expensive and probably unconstitutional unfunded mandate to do the lead service line replacements is what has created this problem. Nothing of our own to do. So based on our fund balance policy, do we have what for this fund, what that number should be? Did we get that calculated?
No, I had that request in the plan. I have not gotten it from them yet. But again, if we don't dip below it this year, it's gonna be next year. It's coming. We're on the doorstep.
And I think the increase needs to be more than 6%. So, you know, last year we started increasing above our pass-through costs to try and make it up, but
yeah, based on.
I think, you know, what I'm envisioning is spreading out increases over multiple years. We're behind for the first many years. And our balance gets much lower than we'd like. But then it has slowly gotten to a place where it's then sustainable. We can build that balance up a little bit more. And I mean, this is what we have 17 more years, 15 more years of these ongoing costs. So, but I think I don't know of any other choice.
Yeah, like I said, these are two bad choices.
Because to fully fund it, it ends up being about $175 a year for resident. Fully funded, and I don't think that's something.
Yeah, so another not good idea is we just slap on $175 fixed rate fee to everyone
I think
every year for the next 15 years.
I think it fails both though. Because it's not variable. They
Oh, right.
if somebody doesn't have control over the rate they pay, it's tax.
Okay, so that's not even.
And if we did a per unit fee based on last year's sales, $2.86 a unit increase.
And for context, right now it's about 9-ish, something.
Big increase.
The idea of going multi-year, 10% increases, multiple years. Makes it a little bit easier for folks to digest. That we don't hit them all at once, but we would take the early hit. So you would be looking at with water sales, that number is $4,824,977, pushing your total revenue up to $9,094,929. And we'll have that updated in the resolutions that come before you guys prior to Monday.
Of that 10% increase, our costs are going up 4% on the water sewer side, so we're realistically bringing up 6% over what our costs are.
Yeah. All other soccer communities will at the very least have that minimum rate that's passed to them from the authority.
I have a question. Mayor Pro Tem Gavin, what have you heard? I know there was some rumblings about the state coming up with some funding for these lead line replacements that they're making us do. Have you heard any more on that or any specifics on that?
No, not specifics. I mean, this is the first year that they're seriously considering at least assisting in funding. You know, they haven't put any money towards this in the last 3 years, whatever it's been now at this point. So this is the first year they're at least talking about it in terms of their budgeting. Budgets right now are they're just working through subcommittees at the state level. And they still have to go through conference committees with both the House, Senate, and the administration. So it's kind of fluid at this point. And it's yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's looking at a single year, and as we've talked about in all other cases, just hoping and relying on state funding is not really sound budget. So.
No, it's not. And if we had the increase in the revenue sharing, that would be very helpful in terms of paying for unfunded mandates. And I know we've seen an uptick in that, but certainly not to the degree that would impact this. But okay, I mean, not to derail the conversation, but I realize we're gonna probably have to do what we're discussing. You never know.
Is bonding an option? Going for a bond to cover a very large chunk of this upfront before costs increase.
It's something we could explore. Yeah, one of the things that we're congruent with this issue is getting people to voluntarily sign up for this as well. So packaging a project large enough to come in and hit this as a bondable project it would take some time to put it together, but it's not out of the realm. It's an appropriate financing tool.
I don't think that's something we'd be able to. I think we have to decide a rate this year, but consider that as an option for next year, and which actually costs more for the average person, paying the interest on the bond or paying as we go.
And again, we talked about it earlier, but I want to point out as well, because Wiltshire is in the major streets category, we were able to split the cost of the Wiltshire program between major streets and the capital improvements, the infrastructure bond or the infrastructure millage that we had. But we did pull the water main work that would normally be in this out in order to make this as feasible and as palatable for our residents as humanly possible, or else we would see some other increases needed. That's not going to be an option every time. It's just specific to Wiltshire being a major road.
And we'll know better our number of replacements once we get through our inventory. Right now, we're doing inventories on lead lines, which requires digging up multiple spots out in the front yard, both sides of the curb stop, and then a visual inspection inside the home. We did get a grant for that, Polk County, to help us verification process. That is due January of 25. Matches our records. Right now, we're really struggling to get people to volunteer for lead service, to sign up for lead service replacements. We'll hand on the access agreements, say we want to get you scheduled, we have it done next week, and
that inventory, it's a statistical sampling, a statistically significant sampling, but it's not checking everyone. So it's going to be an estimate and projection. We're still not going to know for sure.
No, for sure. So a mass project, I really think it's going to take us that full time to find them all in place. In order to do a mass project, we need a mass amount.
Yes, sir.
We know already. So
That's what I'm worried about, a bondable project, trying to assemble that many households and projects.
So bond might not even be an option because we just don't know unless we start a project of going from house to house.
Right.
Even then, you still have to check at the curb stop. We don't.
And the homeowner has to agree to it.
only has to read it short of.
They get real angry if you just show up in the basement.
Right.
Why don't they want to do it?
I don't know. Sometimes just
It's free.
they don't care. They take the apps like, hey, I've been drinking it this long, I'm fine.
I mean, also could be, I mean, they do it pretty quickly, but it's still gonna be disruptive a little bit. You gotta haul things out of the way in your basement. And, you know, even though everybody that I've heard say that they've had it have been extremely pleased with, you know, with the entire process. I don't think I've heard a single complaint, maybe, you know, but
Not really. We have, being we're going in people's homes, we have Rich Rozakowski's been doing a great job with us. He goes to the home, he does the check ahead of time, this is what's gonna happen, you're gonna have to move this, he's there the day of, any questions. And I really think having a member of our staff, actually City of Berkley, not an engineering firm, not a contractor, but somebody that's on our payroll, has helped resolve a lot of issues.
I don't know if it's. Or jumping ahead a little bit, talking about meter replacements and RF reads, if that can give us a window or an insight into the meter or the lead lines. I don't know which one. I know we talked about this morning, but I don't remember which one is the cart, which was the horse.
We're trying to hit them both at the same time.
Right.
But if we're at the meter appointment, we're collecting that data, whether they're on our 364 that we have to do from the state or not, we're collecting that data, putting it in the GIS platform. Because I really think they're not gonna let us stop at 364. They're gonna make us. I don't know how you trust records, even if they're 95% accurate, you still have 5% variable that could be a lead service.
Are we in a process of replacing all meters right now, or just some of the oldest?
We're trying to replace that. Anyone we get into, we're trying to replace.
We don't have a systematic, where we need to replace a lot of meters right now.
It's one of the conversations to have.
Yeah, we have anywhere from maybe about 300 or so a year fail, but a lot of the meters are 20+ years old. When I first started, we were replacing the very last meter from the last changeover. That was 20 years ago. Meters should be 7 to 10 years, pretty good lifespan if you want accuracy. You know, they're mechanical, and as they wear, they slow down. So your water loss goes up a little bit. Your billing for it goes down.
So, but we don't have
No reason to.
we're already going to every house and
Yeah.
can't just. tackle that.
Yeah, but one of the benefits, and I apologize, Sean, for jumping ahead. One of the benefits of having, every time we swap out, we go to a radio frequency reading device. So so that for those from the centralized location, you hit a button and you download that information and you generate the bill that way, as opposed to spending days having somebody go. Like how it's not door to door, it's kind of pad to pad on a household. So there's ultimately going to be some labor savings of getting to that point of having a systematic one, and that could have the benefit of also helping us identify more meters that look like they have lead pack, or more service lines look like they have lead pack, might give us a better indication. Again, but there's a cost to launching a systemic program like that too.
But there's not a reason, like we're not replacing every meter in the city anytime soon to go to everyone's house so we can check. There's just, that's not.
But the conversation would be, should we?
We are looking at trying to speed up our meter changeover process. That's a little bit down the page here, but
Yeah, I'm jumping ahead.
The track we're proposing is in a 6 to 7 year cycle. They're all changed. The track we're on right now is quite a bit longer. So if we go with what's proposed in 6 to 7 years, we'll actually be able to fully utilize the fixed base system, which will give us alerts if there's a leak. We could move to once a month billing if we wanted to, or at least read them once, even if we want to do quarterly, stay with quarterly billing. We could read them once a month, compare that to what our bill comes up with, and get an actual realistic number for water loss.
Would that be a 7-year continual cycle, replacing them every 7
I would
years?
think, yeah, want to at least 7 to 10. And just keep that replacement going. There might be a few years in there once we get changed over that we can relax a little bit, but you're gonna have to start over. It's a long process. Short of a mass change out, be much more expensive. You can hire third parties that can get it done for you in a year. There's a lot of cost to it.
It's also a huge budget hit.
Yeah.
Open the door though for us having the kind of lead conversations. Okay, I noticed this. This is one of the things that we look for. We might have an easier time of assembling enough projects to make it a bondable. Overall project.
There's with this being right now we're only going in if we're invited in, with this being a state mandate, we can say we need to come in and look.
State really hasn't been clear on that. The homeowner does have the option to say, I don't want it.
Yeah.
But at any time in the future, they can say, I want it. So even though they told you no today, tomorrow they can tell you yes. All you can do is inform the resident, here's the dangers, even though we haven't failed any lead tests, we haven't, we're passing everything we need to do with the state, we're required to change them. And we're required to notify them with these are the potential dangers of having lead service. It really baffles me that a lot of people don't want to do it. Our number one driver of lead service replacement is meter changes. They go in the house, hey, you've got a lead service. And what we start with is, I'm not touching that because lead's pretty fragile. Yeah, the meter's the first thing after it. So if it looks a little shaky, we'll say, you know what, let's get you replaced, we'll change your meter at that time. Resident really doesn't want it, then we'll come to meter change, tell them that if it starts leaking, we're gonna have to change it. That'll be an option. But we start the conversation, let's hold off on the meter change, get you replaced, give them all the information, all the packets.
And how many have you done so far? Like just a, you don't have to give an exact number.
A few hundred. Do about
And how many do you think are like, if you had to, is there even any way to guess?
Thousands.
Thousands that are lead?
Thousands.
It's by virtue of when I saved
Yeah,
that,
sure.
it was the
Yeah,
preferred
most of-
material.
Even if we're not seeing it in the house, the water mains all, most of them went in the 20s. And that was the primary service material that then was lead. So between the curb stop at the sidewalk and the main, there's still a lot of them that are lead that may be copper in the house. And unfortunately, the records they took weren't always accurate. Maybe they picked up the house side, not the city side. So it may say copper on the card, when it's lead on the city side. Realistically, the tap card should be what our side is. But they recorded the wrong side of it. And we've seen it the other way where it says it's, you know, it's a lead service, you dig down and it's copper. Somebody changed it over the years and they found.
We retroactively fired that person who worked here for 40 years.
Yes. Just for informational purposes, on the House side, it's 100 million at this point in one-time funding is what the placeholder is.
For the entire state.
What's everybody else got?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for the entire state, so. It's obviously not an answer.
I'm just gonna, that wouldn't even cover 1 year, I don't think, for us, our
Not
share.
by
of that,
yeah,
not even
not by the
close.
time you divvy it up. I guess you could hope that this is a Berkeley that, or a city that fits the profile of Berkeley, where it's 1920s through 1940s. It's, you know, saw a post World War II housing boom maybe that's not everywhere. But you know, certainly around the Metro Detroit area, probably the Grand Rapids area, there are going to be pockets where there's going to be a lot of communities that need these things.
Yeah.
Maybe your new builds don't, your places that developed in the 70s and 80s. But I still feel like that gets chopped up to the point where you're absolutely right.
The bad part of me wants to say, just ignore it and hope enough other people do too, that when the 20 years comes up, the state realizes they need to pony up some money, but that is not responsible. So I think one thing we can say is bring us bond options for the future. That's not something we can decide to now.
Understood. Yep.
Yeah.
And it may, and you may even tell us it will be 3 or 4 years before we would have enough data to know if we can even do a bond. So it's 1.2 million, 1.7, I forget. For this,
Currently projected shortfall.
well, the
Or the total amount.
the cost for the lead
Yeah.
sign, the lead service,
Yeah, I think 1.2.
1.2. So we know enough properties to do 1.2 for this year.
We go month by month, so we'll get them rounded up this month or next month. You know, that's our goal, is to hit that number. A month, like last month, we skipped, we didn't have enough people. That's the first month that I know of that we skipped, other than January, February. You know, normally it's pretty full of January, February, and trying to stay away from that unless it's an emergency one.
Is it about 15 average? Is that what?
Yeah, we try 15 average a month.
So there's a potential we might not know enough homes to need 1.2 million.
There's potential,
It doesn't sound like
more
it.
of them on Wilshire this time, so Wiltshire projects. We're gonna cover some more of those. We're doing some on the mill and overlay section. So, you know, I think we've got 5 this round. There is a potential that we won't, but ideally, I'd like to stay on track and give a change.
Yeah.
Hopefully somebody watches this and signs up.
And we think, we had the same conversation with the planning commission as well, try to put a plug into the program.
And we do the same thing when we have the touch truck event. Last year, we had a table there, we had some lead and some copper, and they're handing out flyers.
Show them some lead pipe to touch.
Yeah. When we get down to stationery, we found our best result was a nice glossy color door hanger. Standard bright orange, they ignored, but the color glossy one got us a ton of calls. Why, I thought bright orange would get more attention, but the color glossy ones. Right, right.
Line item for that.
So we can return to council, for Monday with the 10%. Is that something council's considering?
At this point.
So,
Yeah, 10%. And I think part of looking at the bond wording too is doing some projections on what kind of, we don't do a bond, what kind of percentage increases above the above whatever the SACWA or GLEWA pass through is. You know, how to be able, you know, how long do we have to go up before we can throttle back again?
Yeah.
I would agree. How can we not consider it? And other options as well. I mean, I don't think anything's exactly off the table, but we have to address this. It's not going away.
Yeah.
And I think conversation about it, making sure that residents understand what it is and that it is an unfunded mandate. And do they know what that means? And everything attached to it that, you know, we have to consider and comply with. Yeah.
Yeah, and this was going to exist, millage or not.
Right.
It's totally separate.
Yeah, the only option we had was with the millage, could have done some supplemental work or some supplemental transfers to try to blunt it, but
Even that
yes,
was
this,
sustainable.
yeah, you're talking very short-term items there. No, this is a problem. This isn't a Berkeley problem too. So again,
No.
for anyone watching, this is not a Berkeley problem. This is, like I said, there's a profile of communities that were built out around the same time of ours that had the same issue over and over and over again. We're seeing it.
You know how they're fixing it or addressing it?
Either, yeah, charging for it or sticking their head in the sand and pretending like they don't have as much lead as they have. Or just trying, you know, following our lead, basically.
Okay, are we good on this discussion? We'll let Sean keep going. Right.
On the revenue side, you'll see some sale of fixed assets. That's our current back truck. We're gonna look at replacing. That's residual value of that. 106.
And on that one, I think talking with Sean that we found the 24-25 should be 75,000, not another 200,000. What was that? Yeah.
Yep.
I would say with fixed assets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can find some stuff lying around to sell.
So that.
You can't find some other stuff lying around to sell off.
That's come on.
Come down here and on the Parks and Recs. But no, that factor, it's the guys take pretty good care of that. The way that lead times are, the sale of fixed assets, it's gone. Go sell something. .
I think I'll use that to lead into something you mentioned that some of our replacement cycle is, you know, maintenance costs and resale value.
Yeah.
And so the whole equation is the least total cost of ownership. So sometimes, yeah, you could get more miles out of the vehicle, but you're going to end up paying more in the long run.
And then there's a line there, and keep that vehicle so long, where the maintenance costs catch up to you. And then your resale starts dropping. Well, if you replace it here, say you got 15,000 for it. If you waited 2 more years, now you get 6 or 7. You know, there's a point where it makes sense to replace vehicles. It was much more certain a few years ago. A few years ago, we could buy a pickup truck, sell it 2 years later, probably make money on it. And the discounts we were getting, those discounts basically dried up for us. Paying a little closer to retail now than we're. Yeah, we try and see when is the best time, when we can capture most of the money and have the least amount of maintenance costs. And what's the overall cost of ownership? Along with, is there another department that needs something? You know, we're getting ready to sell something, there's another department that have better way to transfer there and sell our worst vehicle, is kind of where it's at. Revenue side. Or the administrative side. So we go 592, 536. Here's where you see the labor amounts.
Census.
If you want something. Oh, right.
107.
So. Here's where you'll see the labor amounts. See some part-time out there. See the pretty large stationary increase. You know, we're trying to change over to electronic water bills. They email you the water bills. But as far as the lead service line replacements, verifications, that kind of stuff. I was talking earlier that the shiny, glossy door hanger seems to really get their attention. You might move that as well if there's. We'll look at that on the tree side too. Beautification committee is flyers seem to be really helpful when they do that. So if we ever get to a point where we're struggling with trees, we'll put that on that side as well.
Just one question on that. Does that also add labor though? Like the staff is
Definitely
putting them on the doors,
Yeah,
correct?
if you're putting them on the door, it definitely can.
It's not a mailer, it's a hand.
No, it's a hand delivery.
Okay.
And what we would normally do, say like meter replacements, we'll pick a few blocks.
Yeah.
Throw one of those blocks, get those buttoned up and we'll
Sure.
grab another set. But yeah, it does add to labor.
Is that a part-time, you know, just hourly college student, high school student to run up and do them instead of our trained staff?
We could,
Because there's be little to no interaction.
yeah. Generally, that's kind of a filler process for them, and then they come in to learn suppliers. There is some benefit though to having staff that's kind of up to date and knows what's going on, because that's your opportunity to talk to the residents. You talk to this resident, talk to his neighbor. So we encourage them, if you see someone, to stop and talk to them, just make that connection, try and get that done. Postage going up some. Go to 536,744, that's uniforms. Yeah, same about 751 is fuel and lube. Same as you see in general fund. 758, you see the program supplies, it's the West Nile briquettes that we put in each catch basin. 787 is some water department tools. 939 uses the vehicle maintenance in 939. That's outside repairs for our camera and back door. Some years we do really well on that, some years it's like 21, 22 we went over. It all depends on what happens to the camera. Or whatnot. 940, which is equipment rental, that's contingency items outside rentals, down the jets or wherever. And equipment. 946, office equipment, not much has changed there. 960, you see that big increase in professional development. Really trying to get those guys up to speed on everything. You've got the annual APWA conference, NASCO sewer training, so that is the nationally recognized way to rate sewer pipes. When they go down the sewer, they put a camera in there, they're just not looking, they're actually rating that pipe. Then we use that score to see, okay, which sewers we can align, which are have deficiencies, maybe we got a replacement or repairs, but that's a training course, so that's an industry standard, so our guys can look at it, or an engineering firm could look at it, or a totally different engineering firm could look at it, and it's all rated the same way, and understandable platform. You know, on the 803, that's just membership, the SACO membership. Like South Oakland County Public Works Association, so that's a bunch of our neighbors get together and talk about how we're going to pay for lead services, how we get people to respond. On a public works side, it's actually a good group to be in. And then the American Water Works Association, all our members right now, it says Eagle here, but that's actually Leewa that covers that cost. Go down to 817. Salt in there, that's we have to do some live taps, so if we want to add a hydrant or install a valve that'll cut the water main down, we get a third party to come in and do that work for us. We dig the hole and they would just come and put the sail on and make that live tap for us. Also additional training if needed. We can't, if we're unable to find a leak somewhere, they have companies that will come out, high dollar leak detection equipment, help find it. Luckily, we haven't had to use that in quite a while.
Hey, Sean, what did you say that membership is now covered by who?
Leewa Great Lakes Water. So that's the AWWA membership.
Is that
303.
is that Eagle?
No,
Who is it?
it's Great Lakes Water, GLWA.
Oh, okay. You got it. I just want to change the note, you know.
818 contractual services. Got 25,000 for emergency repairs. 7,000 for radio read assistance. And kind of our standard, here's where you're gonna see the lead service replacements. 780,000. We still have money in there for assistance for lead verification work. We're really trying to do all that work in-house. Got that as a buffer if we get bound up and looks like we're not gonna be able to make our deadline. That's money to get some assistance. Something new there is the hard soft surface restorations for the lead service replacements. That was, we had the money for the actual the replacement in there, with the concrete replacement, sidewalk replacement, and soft surface. That money was in there before. So we were covering that kind of on our normal water work.
I'll mention if you target any specific area for looking for lead service lines, do the next section we're doing sidewalks for. So that we end up having to repair a bad sidewalk in a way they don't, they're not paying to repair one that we then tear up.
And most of the time, do it without pulling a sidewalk out. Usually if we're pulling a sidewalk out, it's because there's something on the other side that we really don't want to mess with. You know, if there's a bunch of brick pavers or a fancy garden in the back, well, it's cheaper, easier to pull a sidewalk than that. And make the owner happy. That will pull the sidewalk. A little bit. Really, the pavement is, fortunately, most of our mains are on the road. On the city side, it's that section of. We go to 536, go to the next page. Well, it's still the same. I'm sorry, 821. It's got some engineering. We've got assistance with our RPIS programs. Planning and estimates for citywide road and water improvements. And the water main asset management plan updates, those are all in there. 536, 822, that's our cross connections. Right now we have a third party doing that. It's a state, another state mandated thing we have to do.
Unfunded.
Unfunded, yep. It's been in existence for a long time. They just started enforcing it heavier last 10 years or so. Commercials we've been doing for quite a while. Residentials have come up, so we're doing the kind of an exterior overview of residentials, do a year. That's where you see that. Do a 536, 830. That's hauling of spoils and purchase of sand, gravel, materials that we've used filling the hole back in after a water main break. Distance 536, 926 would be our bulk water cost. 927 would be the bulk sewer cost. 928 would be the non-residential surcharge. That's a charge that LEWA assesses to commercials that may have a discharge that they don't want. They want to charge extra for. Right. Go down to 536, 920. That's going to be our utilities. And that's split 50-50 with 101 account. Here's that. Go down to 536, 975. That's construction. That's for 24. We moved 23, 24 to the infrastructure dollars. 24, 25, that project's to be determined, placeholder there for it.
For that construction for this year's activity and projected activity, is that our final bill and we're under budget a little bit, or is there still more?
They're still finishing.
Okay, so there's still.
So it's still more there. They've got the final. Kind of final bill comes in. Hopefully that should be done really soon.
No kidding.
536, 982, that's concrete repairs. That's mainly from our underground work. Fortunately, a lot of these, we may make a small hole, but there's a lot of bad road around it, so that repair is a little bigger than we want it to be. We've got to match something that's good. We go to 536, 982, 592, that's equipment. There you're going to see the pretty big increase in meter replacements. Normally we were doing 500 to 600. We're looking at trying to do 1,000. We got 6,800 homes. So about 6 years. With new meters. You also see the commercial meter replacements. Those are quite a bit more money. Water main gate replacements. Water or the hydrant replacements. Curb cuts and city service installs. So this really isn't the lead service, but it's services we install for other reasons. We catch some of that revenue on the permit side. There's fees associated with that. We want to do service bring home. miscellaneous water supplies, parts for the back door. 53694, we haven't talked about two-ear radios very much. You know, it sounds kind of like outdated technology, but when the power goes out, cell phones are out. That's, you know, the trucks can still talk to each other, have that communication, and that's spread around multiple funds. It's pretty much been in every fund. 95 vehicles, that would be a placement for a combination sewer machine or back truck. 23-24. Looks like we have an asphalt roller here. Is that when we talk about moving that or something?
I believe that's, yeah, that's the one we're talk about moving.
We talk about that to meet our local roads.
Yeah, we did. I'm gonna some thoughts. That's why I ended up.
So we talked about it earlier.
Yeah.
Where was it before?
It's in public works capital in general right now. We talked about when we get to 202. I don't know. I ended up at 592.
So is it,
We don't need two of them. Yeah, we don't need two of them. So I think
It just wasn't removed from here.
yeah, I think the appropriate place is to split this between 202 and 203, remove from general and from 592.
For sure.
Okay.
For sure out of here. I think they make asphalt pipes, right? Water pipes. So no real benefit to the water fund here.
so just to rephrase it, this is a 45,000 pound savings.
Yes.
So between that and the additional revenue.
And the commercial trash.
Over 350. Oh, yeah, and the commercial trash.
I mean, we found $187,000.
That's 500,000.
I mean, this is what these sessions are for.
Right.
Ooh.
I mean, that new trash policy is gonna help offset some.
24-25, we're looking at placing our sewer camera. And then our main water truck, a walking utility van. Placing both those in 24-25. 53696, a lot of the software. Dan can probably tell you a whole lot more about this stuff than I can.
Let's not get him started.
Yeah.
I'd like to go home sometime tonight.
But that's always, it seems like it's always changing and. Back when I started, everything was on single notepad, but now. Like the software of everything. It's amazing that it changes. Jump over to. Any questions on 536? No. Any more questions? 537, this is the storm sewer side. So our labor and overtime amounts. Use overtime amounts are. A lot of it's cleaning off catch basins or dealing with floods. We've added a lot of restricted covers. Sometimes we've got to spend more time clearing it. There's a lot of debris out the street. You gotta spend some more time clearing that off. It's not been as big of a problem as we originally thought it would be with all these restricted covers on. I think a lot of it, the public has kind of accepted a little more than they're willing to wait and have that water on the road.
Yeah.
Where initially the thought was that you could drain quick. If there's a puddle, they were telling us. Now it's backed off a little bit.
And I'll mention I had asked, well, can we just not do this or minimize doing this, but there's risk of private property damage, I don't know, so.
Yeah, if the flood gets too big, it's, you know, now it's coming in the basement doors or front doors. We try and minimize if we can, unless if it's a small one, kind of go something. Oh, I see the uniform. This one's off. This one didn't get changed. 2000. 537-744.
That's removing that one.
removing or adding?
It should be 2,000.
Adding to it, so 537,744 is 1,500 per employee, it was 2,000 on the rest of them on the other funds. So
Right.
Making this one match.
Does that reflect the number of people we draw out of here, or is that
It looked like,
evenly across all public works funds?
I think we tried to pull how many people were drawn for each one.
Yeah.
It would make, we had one fund to buy all the uniform for, it makes our life a lot easier, but. Of course, it's all spread out.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. It would be easier, but it wouldn't be accurate to to where these gentlemen spend their time.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Here's where we pay 537,927, where we pay WRC for our storm flow. We're estimating 5% increase in cost there. 537.
So part of that, we're passing that on.
Yeah.
So there'll be a 5% increase on the revenue side of that, but that's just a straight pass through.
537,974. Here's where you have some money for green infrastructure improvements, rain gardens. We've been working pretty closely with Parks and Rec in areas. We want to make sure if we're putting a rain garden in the park, it fits their overall plan and goal of our.
Also is a really important, certainly where it's at, but it's a very important stormwater management tool and not just for purely aesthetic reasons. So just want to make sure that's clear.
So might have some disagreement on this. It's gonna, unless there's a clear stormwater benefit, that for now we defer these if we can, just because of the budget situation that we're in. I know we're not, the way the Resource Commission charges us, we're not gonna see savings in our, even if we make their job cheaper, they don't pass it on to us, so. I agree, both are important and it's good to be a leader. But I'm not sure we have that luxury right now.
That makes sense. I think we could maybe look at reduction if necessary on that side to.
Or defer.
Yeah, or, yeah.
Because the sites aren't even determined yet anyways, correct? I mean, these weren't planned or started.
They're not started, we were looking at, or we wanted JC or Bacon Park.
They're recommended sites.
And then wanted,
Yeah, so maybe.
Are they ones that, you may not have the answer to this, that we're going to do it eventually, it would be significantly cheaper to do it while we're doing an existing project, or the cost won't be that much more to do it at a later date?
I think it would make sense to do it with the project. I believe with the park path plan, I believe that was looped in with the park plan for.
I think that's probably true across the board. It's probably cheaper to do this with another project. I was thinking like a lot of the recommendations from here on Clinton Watershed Council was like green on black or green on gray. And so in those projects, I think it'd be cheaper when you're redoing a parking lot anyway. You might as well have it as an addendum to that.
I think that's in the Teresa's under that.
Yeah.
Park path.
Yeah.
Lump sum, do that, at least one of them there, that part.
But you're green on green there.
Yeah.
I think maybe keep it there, look at it very carefully.
Yeah. Yep. Sounds good to me. Greg, Mike, that okay?
Yes.
Yeah. Because that might even affect the grants then too, if she's good with the park grants. I mean, it could be another grant opportunity. Yeah, with that. If we had it there.
It might even, if it's part of the scoring rubric for a grant, it might
Put us over the top.
It might
put us over the top and
award us
pay
the
for
grant.
itself.
Yeah.
So there's, depending, so it's gonna be situational.
Yeah. Go ahead, Sean, sorry.
So we're over to nine, becomes more on 974.
Let me interrupt you real quick. I know we're just trying to keep it a little bit more formal just in case, but can I just get a motion to suspend the rules?
So moved. Support.
Motion made by Councilmember Hennan, support from Councilmember Patterson. Ms. Mitchell, can you call the roll on it? Sorry, I know.
Hennan?
Yeah.
Patterson,
Yes.
Alani, Duplex, Dooley,
Yes.
Gavin,
Yes,
Dean.
Yes,
thanks. Sorry, Sean.
No problem. Go to 592-940-974. Sewer, that's our annual sewer lining program.
Are we increasing it because we're doing more or it's costing more?
Because we're trying to do more.
Okay, good, great.
What ballpark percentage at this point?
Last I checked, it's around 20%. We've been doing it a long time. It seems like we should be further ahead, but it's about 20% right now. It really does. You take the camera down the line, and you look at the difference. Night and day difference.
Yeah.
It's minor.
And lining's kind of a little bit of a misnomer. It's basically a replacement.
Yeah. It's more or less you're replacing the pipe. The only thing you're not replacing is all the connections to the pipe. Those are still, water and sewer work a little different. Sewer is it's the homeowners all the way up to the main. So we're replacing the main line without digging anything up. Much cheaper than trying to actually dig it up, replace it. You do lose a little bit of diameter when you do that, but the smoothness of the pipe, you can actually flow more water through that pipe. Lost all those joints. So a line pipe actually will flow a little more water. Line pipe flow. It's like when the 593.
Any questions? No? Been peppered with questions today. Okay.
Yeah, I just want to echo what Mayor Dean said about the work that you and your staff do. And it's under the streets, it's on top of the streets, it's everywhere in the streets and everywhere else. So thank you to you and your staff for doing that hard work that's not noticed by everyone, but we certainly appreciate it and reap the benefits of it throughout the years.
Yep.
Well said. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sean. We appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
Or folks doing it. We need another, or do we got to power through? Up to you.
Can we just take like 10 minutes? Sure. 5 minutes.
Take 5 and then we'll come back.
We suspended for what, 4 more hours?
Yeah, I think we got plenty of time now.
No, you were any quicker than Derek.
Did you guys?
I don't know if you were any quicker than Derek.
I have a question. Oh, no.
Right.
Yeah,
What?
I just, Joel, how you doing back there? You hanging in?
Oh, yeah.
Let me just talk it last time.
You want out here, right?
I didn't like
Go ahead now.
Oh, sorry, Bridget, you good? Fall asleep. Well, we'll get back at it, I think either way, and
We're almost
I
done.
know that she'll come back and be ready,
There's not much more.
so, yeah. All right, let's pick back up, letter F, CDBG.
Under special revenues.
Yeah.
275 is the fund.
It's 99.
Thank you.
Oh my God, it's rich.
You know, you've been here for a long time.
Yeah, exactly.
Rich crackers are blowing your mind.
Anything.
It's long, you know, it's a long night.
That's funny.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
All right, fortunately, this one goes pretty quickly. CDBG, as you know, we're participated through the county. So we don't administer this as much on ourselves as maybe some of the other direct entitlement communities do. We work with the county, we get our information, we get our monies from and our revenue information from them every year. And so we're in the process right now because of their timeline of putting together what the plan to spend would be. We are in the process now of making the purchases from the year previous. Again, we've been removing architectural barriers. That's been the glut of the public services section of the monies that they give us. And it looks like, depending on how the conversation the next couple of days goes, one of those architectural barriers in this upcoming year would be updating the community centers access, in addition to whatever money's left over for additional projects. There is a minimum spend of 3,500, at least that's what the rules were last year, per project. So we have to tailor accordingly. Once that's done, we'll probably still contribute to either banking for sidewalks or for larger sidewalk projects, or we'll keep trying to improve access to our parks. And then in addition, outside of public services, we also have our annual contribution to Haven, and then the purchase of large library books as well.
Great.
And that's program's been pretty static the last couple of years.
Any questions on CDBG? All right, thank you. Let's jump down to debt funds.
There are none. There are no debt funds. I don't know why it's still on there. Why is that still on there?
Yeah, it's
Because we like saying there are none.
worth note. The city does have debt through water and sewer funds. That is not our debt specifically. It's that's debt through the GWK sewer system. But that is really, it's largely held by the Water Resource Commissioner's Office. The city, as we like to say, does no longer has any direct debt, has not made its final payment in 2021, no longer assesses a millage for any outstanding debt.
You off the top of your head, remember how much longer that JWK debt's for?
It's perpetual. I mean, functionally, it's perpetual because every time they get close to paying it off, there's some new capital fund that needs to be done. And so I think functionally, we're always going to be paying some debt on that.
Any questions on? No. Okay, capital improvement.
Just the court funds left. There's the other two.
Yeah, if you flip to your pink, or no, so that's the CIP and the CRP. You're right.
Round pages.
Yeah.
Pages
So
under capital.
Capital projects, yeah.
The first one.
The court building, as we talked about, there's footnotes in your general fund, the 266. We are trying to deplete this fund slowly but surely. But again, there's no more money coming in outside of investment interest. And so this is really built to go towards building improvements, not just our own building, but we've been able to use it in a couple of different places and have been making transfers into the general fund as needed to offset the cost of the projects. Right now, the plan is, as it is in most years, to move the balance over because we've got projects that we think are going to cost an equivalence to what we have left in this fund. But again, sometimes we've not been able to get to those, or thankfully been under budget on projects that we have planned.
Okay. There aren't any transfer. Yeah, good point. There aren't any transfers out listed, but you are expecting there to be.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll probably finally use this up.
Right, so we
Fingers
took
crossed.
70,000, we're gonna
Yeah.
plan on transferring for the renovations in City Hall for the counters and stuff. But still, yeah, at least 291.
Yeah.
So.
I think. Yeah, I think we're supposed to be showing that, I think. Maybe we have a transfer from the board, but if not,
Yes,
we were looking
we
at $300,000 transfer in.
So that
to
should
exhaust the basis.
updated.
Yeah. Yep.
Any other questions? on This one? Right here. Greg, yours good? Yes, thank you, sorry.
Fringe benefits was your next tab.
Better high, fringe benefits.
And, okay, so when we went, originally this was, I don't know if David set it up or if it was before David, but it was set up to keep money in there so that if somebody, numerous people would retire in 1 year and we had to pay out for their time and things like that.
A good example would be like long-term, like this year, it's just like Sue Wright retired, Karen Andrus is preparing to retire before the fiscal year.
And
Both of the, Mark was looking newer though, but those are longer standing
Right.
employees that had a higher level of benefit that we currently offer. And so they're at a tier where they get some more payouts than that our more current employees do. Those would be situations where we try to save money in there, so it's this sort of surprise hit to the general fund. So we fund this fund for that purpose.
Okay.
But it hasn't really been used
Yeah.
as it was originally set up by newer finance directors. So we're kind of talking about,
Yeah, different finance directors have had different views
so
on its
doing-
functionality.
so Glenn Moran always is suggesting just get rid of the fund.
Yeah.
So it's really up to us to decide if we want to keep, like David would invest money and some of that would go in here, the investment, the dividends and all that interest to build the fund up, but nobody's really been using it.
Yeah.
Like it was used before, so we have to decide what we're gonna do, with it, right?
Yeah, right.
We can transfer the money into the general fund and just not worry about it anymore if multiple people leave, if we take a hit,
Yeah, the concept is sound, but it does come with a whole additional set of accounting that needs to go along with it for the off chance that this happens unexpectedly.
So we have a reserve fund balance that could protect us with that kind of hit.
Right.
The fund balance on this for a long time has been negative, the ending fund balance. Is there actual
Well,
money there?
and that is because, help me out with this. Because because of Gatsby and all that, the total
Yeah.
that we have,
So
if everyone wants to leave, or if we were to shut down or whatever, if we, how much would we have to pay out for everyone? And so we've got to account for that, and so that's what that balance, that's why it's got a negative balance.
it's, I think the best parallel to it is depreciation. You don't actually necessarily owe it in physical dollars, but you account for it as if it's a dollar amount.
Right.
And so if we got rid of this fund, we still have that accounting, but it wouldn't be, it's not an actual negative until they actually leave.
Right, so it's really, right, it's in our 900 fund for the,
Yeah.
So you know what? The way our fund balance is set up, we would automatically have this covered then.
Right.
If this ended up in the general fund, then it would automatically be covered, and I don't see a need for this fund at all.
Yeah, like I said, different finance directors have had a couple of different views on it.
right, because the large liability isn't even in your budget. It's on your balance sheet. Do you know what I mean? The liability side of it. So even though it shows that we have a negative balance here, that negative dollar is coming from the balance sheet. See what I'm saying? So it's a confusing. It really is. That's why nobody's really been able to use it as it's been set up, because everyone just gets.
And it's an area where Gatsby moves you further away from giving a clear explanation to elected officials and residents and even our own staff about what this means and how we account for things. It's a Gatsby requirements to show it a certain way. But it sort of defies rationality, if you will.
Not totally uncommon for Gatsby.
Not, yes, yes.
Why is that?
And for
Like
anyone
where?
listening, Gatsby is,
Yes, the General
Accounting
Accounting Standards Boards, Governmental Accounting Standards Board.
so it defines how we do our books.
Yeah. Yeah, they come up with, they issue rules on every so often. I think they just passed the 100 mark most recently, right? Or at least
Oh,
announced.
yeah, maybe.
I think
they
they've
were-
announced
yeah.
Gatsby 100.
So they have the FASB, regular accounting, there's FASB, and then this is GASB for government.
Yeah.
And it just, yeah.
Any other comments or questions on this? No, all right. Thank you. Let's move on to J, Public Safety Retirement.
So this is, if you flip to the last section in the fringe benefits, the 732.
Okay.
So this is, public safety pension is an extension of Act 345. It's a public act that's statewide. It covers the retirement, funds retirement system specifically for our public safety sworn officers. It's administered by a board that's appointed by council. It includes, active members, a retiree, resident at large, and by statute, the city's treasurer as well. So Brian Bemis took over for Mark Pollock and represented the treasury on this board. We do anticipate our finance director, though, still having a hand in this moving forward. And we fill that position. But this is, again, they have if you look on your tax bill, you'll see one of the millages that we levy is Act 345 or just 345 or public safety pension. Those terms are used depending on where you're looking. Right, and so we do have a dedicated revenue source for this. The board comes to council with recommendations on what that should be. They're recommending that it stay static at 2.7 mils for this upcoming year. You can see kind of where they land. They are running at a slight loss in the last couple of years, but they've got their assets are healthy enough that even they're not triggering even on PA 202, which is, provided additional oversight in the last 5 years on public safety pension system. So overall, they remain a healthy pension system.
Can we talk about what that gap is?
Yeah, I don't know if I have it in the audit report, but I think they're over 60% funded, which is what keeps them out of oversight under PA 202. And that's not, for those listening home, that our MERS public safety, or MERS pension for our general employees is under oversight right now for PA 202, but we're actually making strides at that. We're 57%. When our goal is to try to get 60, and with the pensions grants that have been announced at the state level, the goal would be to fund us up to 60%. But this is healthier than that.
Any questions?
So much just depends on how the market,
Yeah,
the
exactly.
investment.
Yeah,
So,
these
I
are
mean,
invested revenues.
Yeah.
right, you can see going back, we always, we're doing great.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, loss. So that's really what it's.
The folks look at their own bottom line, see it hit, that's the exact same thing.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go line by line, but you'll notice there is a consultant in here. They do work with offshoot of Plant Moran. I think it got spun into its own standalone
Cap
entity, Cap Trust, who does their investment consulting for them. So it's the appointed body, there's a lot of knowledge on that board, but they have gone out and sought investment experts to help make sure that their money is working for them.
Which is a standard practice across
Yes.
retirement boards. For
Right, and then they work with hand in hand with Gabriel Roeder, the actuaries.
Yeah. They've got actuarials, they've got an attorney that represents them specifically. And then I got an old pension consultant as well.
Mhm.
I'm good.
Good.
Credit to Kent Harriman, who chairs, who's one of our sergeants and chairs that body.
Anything else you want to add on, or we?
No.
No, okay.
Yeah.
No, I don't work directly with this. I know what I've learned through conversations with the finance director and with Mr. Harriman, so.
And I do the quarterly reconciliations with BNC. And so I'm more familiar with expenses and what happens, you know, with that.
Thank you. All right, well, we've reached the portion of the agenda now for the second opportunity for public comment. So, Mr. Alperts, would you care to make any other public comment before we move past or?
Yeah, I guess the only thing that's outstanding is the $1.3 million. It's a deficit in Parks and Rec's budget for 24 and 25.
Yeah, we'll come to the council with a different funding approach, largely driven by capital.
Okay. Any other or you're all set for?
No, I think, you know, the $100,000s of dollars floating around will even itself out probably.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the comments. Thank you for staying here with us tonight. Otherwise, just very quickly, I don't want to keep people here very long, but just say a very big thank you to staff, to all the presenters again, that have come before us, you know, with a difficult charge, and did a good job of being able to identify areas of, you know, where we could defer, where we could reduce, where we could, you know, not do anything at all. So, a very difficult task, but one that was done very professionally, and with a lot of thought and energy put into it. So a thank you from myself, I'm sure from my colleagues as well. And then Mayor Dean, do you want to say anything to wrap us up?
Just briefly, I echo the comments by Mayor Pro Tem Gavin. I want to thank him again for chairing the meeting tonight so that I could get 100% better before coming back at all of you. Mr. Olferts, I appreciate your attendance here tonight and your willingness to learn, excuse me, learn and understand this process. And we welcome further questions or comments from you. You can direct those to the city manager, any of us on council, or department heads, if it's a specific question or comment related to a department. But I appreciate you taking the time as an interested resident, because it's easy to be critical. And you could still be critical, but now you've sat through an evening of this, and I hope that you leave with a greater understanding. And with that, I'll have Pro Tem ask for a motion to adjourn.
And I will, is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
All right. Support. Motion made by Councilmember Patterson with support from Councilmember Hennon. Ms. Mitchell, would you please call the roll?
Patterson,
Yes.
Dooley,
Yes.
Gavin,
Yes.
Pennon,
Yes.
Dean.
Yes.
The Tuesday, May 9th, 2023-2024 budget work session of the 39th Council in Berkley is adjourned. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Get the budget now.